Here's the man.
Good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the October 2nd, 2024 Executive Committee meeting. I want to acknowledge this is this Executive Committee's final meeting. I'm told Paul Deshane will be creating a scrapbook of our happy memories, which we'll look forward to. I want to acknowledge that we're on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous people whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of committee and administration are attending the meeting through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please have your video camera and microphone turned off. If you wish to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed in the queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and turn on your video, and all votes will be conducted with the recorded vote. Finally, for the public, reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for next Wednesday, October 9th. And the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 12 noon on Monday, October 7th. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the registered list of delegations? Mayor Masters. I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on September 18th, 2024? Councillor Bresciani. Any errors or omissions? I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried unanimously. We'll begin with tabled report EX 24-84. I would like to call upon the delegation Jason Carlston and Jeffrey Bouchier, virtually. And as you come up, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have a tight 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you may have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have for you. And I'll get your microphone. Please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Boudelaire. I'm here representing the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District. Thanks for having me at your last meeting of this session. I'm here today to speak in support of the recommendation before you today from the City Centre Core Development Advisory Committee with respect to endorsing the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District's vision plan. We've been hard at work for a number of months now, working alongside our partners at the city and funded by the city, indeed, on this vision work to try to articulate an ambitious but pragmatic and realistic, achievable vision for the Warehouse District. As many of you know from my previous appearances with you, We believe that it's one of the most exciting communities in Regina. There's a tremendous amount of momentum with respect to interest and development in the area and the vitality of our existing business and residential communities. And we're very excited to support that growth in any way we can. The vision plan is very focused on precincts. What we've observed is that with our limited resources and the limited resources available to the city, if we spread ourselves too thin, there's a real risk of not having the type of intended impacts that we'd like to see. And so we've chosen quite strategically to focus our efforts around the core area alongside the Dudney Avenue corridor. And obviously the spokes such as Hamilton Street that radiate out of that corridor. Naturally, that aligns with the major investment that the city is currently undertaking on the Dudney Avenue revitalization project, and we feel it's one of our most important mandates to make sure that that results not only in improved infrastructure, but improvements to the community as a whole. Alongside the vision plan, naturally, there is a need for resources to operationalize some of the activities that fall outside of your normal purview that our bid is well suited to take on. And therefore, we have requested that you consider in your 2025 budget deliberations the inclusion of $200,000 in funding to support the vision plan. We would expect that we would have a similar request for funding the following year. We've prioritized our action plan into three major categories, as you would expect, sort of short-term, mid-term, and longer-term views. We've already undertaken some initial work on some of the short-term items where funding is not critical to executing those items. And what you would expect to see out of the $200,000 that we would request for 2025 would be action on parking study, pedestrian study, with the large balance of the funds devoted to placemaking activities and the sorts of things that, again, fall outside of your natural purview where we have some ability to contribute.
Great, thank you. I'll ask if any member has a question. Councillor Stadnichuk, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, welcome, good morning. In terms of, you've listed in your report short-term, medium, long-term implementation actions. So what is the balance between what is Regina Warehouse bid going to be doing versus are you relying on the city to help implement some of those things as well? Just sort of how is that going to be implemented?
Through the chair, Councillor Stadnichuk, it's interesting because one thing that's been really exciting about the vision plan is that perhaps at a level that we haven't before, we're working hand in hand with city administration. And so that line in a lot of ways has actually become blurrier than ever before, but in a really positive and exciting way. The role that we wish to undertake are some of those pieces that, again, kind of fall outside of your normal scope of activity. So things like the parking study or the pedestrian counts, those are things that are sort of uniformly on our side of the fence. And then on the placemaking side of it, it's really where we cross over into the world of working with our existing businesses and property owners to improve their properties, to facilitate the types of activities that they might wish to undertake, but perhaps wouldn't do so alone, that are necessary to achieve the type of vision that's presented in the vision plan. If you take a look at the vision plan, and you look at some of the renderings, for instance, and I know renderings are always a little bit of a thing, but if you look at some of the renderings that are proposed for Hamilton Street, you'd see that the streetscape of Hamilton largely consists of what is already there and the great private development and investments that have been made. It's simply accelerating that and transforming that into a more occupiable, pedestrian-friendly, community-friendly space. And that's where we would choose to focus our spending.
So through the chair, you made reference to drawings. I didn't see that in this report, but is that's a separate report?
So that would be in the vision plan itself, and I'm not really certain of the mechanisms of how you folks receive things.
I'm assuming that we have something different, but okay. No, that's great information, and I think that was the only. Yeah, that's the only question I have. So thanks. Good luck.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Jeff, for being here. So just in regards to your vision plan and the implementation, that kind of thing, what is the, 200,000 parking? Just elaborate. So you've got it broken down, 60 for parking. what do you need to do a parking study for, through the chair?
It's through the chair. It's funny, Councillor Brusciani, because I sort of have the same initial reaction when that comes to us at the board level. The challenge is that the parking landscape in the district is changing so much in light of the Dewdney Avenue project, and we also are aware that a significant element of our parking depends on parking that is not ostensibly permitted under the current bylaws. I don't know precisely how that works, but a lot of the places folks park at their businesses are over sort of the curbside laneways adjacent to the road and that sort of thing. With the amount of parking that is coming off of Dewdney, particularly on-street parking, and how it feeds into those arteries, developing a richer understanding of what are actual needs there seems pretty important to our property owners.
So when is Dewdney going to be finished, through the chair?
I would refer that question to administration.
Okay, thanks. I think it's a couple of years yet, but the question I have is why wouldn't you do the parking after that Dewdney's kind of all set up and done? Like why, that may be a future, like next year ask or whatever, once it's kind of all done, because parking, again, looking at how traffic moves, that kind of thing. Just to understand a little bit better.
Yeah, no, fair. It's a fair question. Through the chair, it's a bit of a, it's a bit of a chicken egg thing. I know parking is a sensitive issue in our city, and we would be the last to advocate for just sort of blacktopping our district. That's not the goal here at all. I think even in looking at the Dewdney Avenue project, there are some open questions where, we have some concern around how parking on Dewdney will exist in the 2B form of Dewdney Avenue based on the current plan. So an example of that might be, our understanding is that the current plan for parking on Dewdney post-construction would be to have parking on Dewdney restricted during rush hour times, essentially. And it is viewed by the engineers that to preserve the type of traffic flow that needs to be seen across Dewdney, that would be necessary, for instance. The challenge we have is that we don't have a good understanding of the impact that that's going to have on our Dewdney Avenue and the strip north of Dewdney Avenue. We don't know what the impact will be on those businesses. So our view was, well, hey, if we really want Dewdney to transform that into a great retail entertainment district walk-up strip, and we prevent people from parking there at 5 p.m. on a Friday, that seems a bit antithetical to the vision. I understand, though, the engineering perspective, and I'm supportive of their conclusion on that basis. We think looking at these things in a little bit more of a broad brush approach is going to yield answers. To your question about timing, I'm certainly open to your perspective on it. I would rather be in front of that knowing that the to-be built form is well understood. I think we can, in large measure, draw pretty reasonable conclusions based on the designs that currently exist. I don't think there's as many unknowns there as it might seem.
Thank you. Have you worked with many traffic engineers to go to counts after counts after counts?
More recently, yes, but it's certainly a little bit out of my depth.
Okay. So I guess the other one is, you said placemaking in public realm improvements, which I think we kind of want to see some of these things around our whole city. And so I appreciate it being in your vision. But I want to know, then how would you determine if a business comes forward and says, I'd like to do a mural, or I'd like to have a facade improvement? You said it's a grant. Then do you become a funding body with this money? Is that what you're asking? Or how would that work? Because that's pretty important to understand if that's going to be, how it would be done if you're going to be granting some of this money out. It's a funding body now through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair, I don't think our desire is to become a funding body, but certainly there are precedents for organizations supported by the city that have used their city-contributed funds to support initiatives that partnered with third parties in a way that would sort of have the appearances of a grant. So I'll use the example of some of the mural activity that took place a number of years ago through Economic Development Regina. I don't think it was officially a grant, but it sort of, was in the spirit of one. I think what we're looking to do is essentially amplify and accelerate the intentions of our existing property owners by alleviating some of the pressure of putting some of these efforts forward alone. As I've mentioned to you folks before, one of the big challenges we have in the district right now is that, our property owners are reporting that they're investing more than they would expect in insurance premiums and minor repairs and addressing vandalism and that sort of thing. And so part of the concern we have is that that is limiting their ability to improve the streetscape in front of their businesses naturally. But at the same time, we're also believers that those types of investments, the placemaking investments, are precisely what will dissuade further vandalism and further negative activity in the district. So it's a bit of a chicken-egg thing, but our goal would be to take that $200,000, use our intimate knowledge of the business community and the property owners community in that district, and make really intelligent decisions within the context and limited scope of that initial core precinct priority for the vision plan, to try to have a number of small investments that really add up to something material. And I think that's the key here, is we really want to focus a very limited set of resources in a very limited area to see if we can't stimulate something as opposed to just sort of putting a planter here and there.
Okay. You and I have talked also about the warehouse and the downtown bid kind of coming together, kind of looking at, they're asking for a lot of the same things, the beautification pieces, the murals, the projects, that kind of thing. So, what are your thoughts, and I think, on that as far as becoming one but still working as two different, not to say different vision, but collectively together on some of these things that they're talking about, and maybe safety and security is another one, like we've heard it all and you kind of come in one voice. What is your thought on that, and do you think that working collaboratively would be a better bang for your buck? Through the chair.
Through the chair, it's an interesting question, and it comes up from time to time. I always, I'm a practical guy. I look at it and I say sort of, what would the strategic outcome that you would unlock that is not currently available to you that would come through an action that you might wish to undertake? And so when I consider the two bids, you have two organizations that already offer a high degree of collaboration. You have two organizations where the majority of their administrative functions are already co-delivered through leveraging the city apparatus. And so there's actually a very limited degree of operational duplication between those two organizations. On the flip side, at a governance level, you have something like 20 very esteemed, established contributors in the community at the board level, all working pro bono on the city's behalf to beautify these committees. When you layer on top of that, I should add that it's 20 esteemed people and they've let me slip through somehow, but you layer on top of that these organizations represent communities that have wildly different tax bases and wildly different trajectories. Respectfully, I would submit that right now the downtown, and they're doing a brilliant job of it, remains very much in a COVID recovery mode. There's a lot of difficulties downtown that have really prevented the downtown from focusing on achieving some of their big dreams, and instead the downtown is presently focused on addressing some really pressing, trying to right the ship, quite frankly. The warehouse is in a very different posture. We're on a much different trajectory. We're much more opportunity and growth focused at the moment. I would layer on top of that with the different tax bases, our organization has to represent a wide degree of owner occupants, smaller developers, whereas the downtown, a significant balance of the tax dollars are concentrated in a very small number of stakeholders. And just the way that those organizations have to be structured and the interests of their membership that they have to represent, there really just isn't nearly as much commonality right now as a person might think. I would submit that there is always more opportunity to collaborate, and I think if we achieve our vision and the downtown achieves theirs, a decade from now, maybe sooner, I'm trying to be realistic, there may be a really compelling case to think of our city core as more of a whole. I mean, that would be success in my view. We'd have residential activity everywhere, we'd have lots of great business activity, but right now it's just very different organizations trying to achieve very different outcomes.
Okay. I'll leave that for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you so much. Through the chair. Thanks, Jeff. My question was going to be a little bit about the uniqueness between the warehouse district and downtown, and you touched on it a little bit. But can you give a sense of the volume of businesses that you represent? Because it's a massive area.
Through the chair, I was worried someone would ask me a really specific question. I'm not always the statistics guy. It's vast, though. You know, the challenge that we have in the district in terms, you know, we have this very clear DNA. We have I think, you know, everyone in this room would likely agree that the warehouse district has a bit of a different vibe. A lot of that has to do with our building stock, which is sort of a living representation of the unique history of the district. But the folks that have come to occupy those buildings have done it for all manner of reasons. At one time, some of the real estate was affordable and accessible. Now we have this whole new generation of folks that for some reason really want to open, you know, cool office space in old brownstone buildings, and I can relate to that. I totally see the appeal of that. And then you have the, you know, the restaurateurs and the breweries and whatnot that really lend themselves to that kind of aesthetic and vibe. The challenge that we face is that some of the improvements that we want to make perhaps to Dewdney Avenue and those corridors to the vision plan might actually stand a little bit in opposition to the interests of the plumbing shop at the corner that is going to have more traffic disrupting their access. And so what we're always starting to think about, or what we're always trying to think about, is how do we balance all those interests and represent a fair view to council, and how do we look those folks in the eye and tell them that, you know, that contribution that they make through their mill rate is advancing their interests. And what we're trying to do in balancing those views is sort of say, look, you know, at some point, you know, perhaps it won't make as much sense to have a you know, a service truck business running off of 8th Avenue. Maybe that will become more difficult. Well, we better make sure that that is compensated for by elevated land values that, you know, help that individual feel great that the right things have been done to the district to improve and to drive growth. So it's a really delicate and tricky balance, but it is, you know, materially quite different than what you might see in the core.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mantinelli.
Thank you. Appreciate all the information given today. Understand the push behind the vision in the area. Also, thinking about how much time I spent in this chair talking about parking already, I can appreciate wanting to plan for parking. One thing I see missing is transit overlaid with that parking study. How has it been so far for planning through transit? You're trying to plan out the transportation through the district after the investment's been made. Is that being spoken of? Is it very entwined? Has that gone smoothly?
Through the chair, that's a great question. And I would honestly have to come back to council to share more information on the specifics of how transit would be contemplated in either the pedestrian count work or in the parking study, but I think it has merit to be included, and I'll make sure that that is considered. I will say that in the lead up to the Dewdney Avenue project, there was extensive discussion and work with the city to understand how transit would be disrupted and how we would mitigate those disruptions by, you know, the lines moving to 8th. So transit is always very much front of mind for us in the district. But in terms of the specifics of how it would factor into our immediate plans, that's something I would have to go back and take a look at.
Through the chair, having transit at the table from the forefront in the planning, would that provide value? Is that something we should ask for to incorporate in how this has to be approached?
Through the chair, I think the notion of having transit involved as a stakeholder in our parking study, I think makes perfect sense. I think operationally, there's nothing that we're contemplating in this initial $200,000 ask that would have a material sort of operational impact from a transit perspective, but from the study standpoint as a stakeholder, I think that would be quite wise.
Understanding it on the same page, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk.
Yes, and because I'm supposed to only ask questions, while you were asked about the size of the warehouse district, would you say that it would be 80 blocks, city blocks, and almost 600 businesses?
Through the chair, that sounds very accurate.
Okay, all right,
Thank
thanks.
you, Councillor.
Great, thank you. I see no further questions. Please return to the gallery. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you, Councillor.
We'll now consider item EX 24-80 for Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District Vision and Implementation Plan. Can I have Mayor Sandra Masters introduce the report?
Thank you very much, through you. we had been presented with a vision plan at the City Centre Core Committee, and I believe you were all provided with the PowerPoint that was done. I think our takeaways from that as a group, as a committee, was that there is now very much a cohesive plan in terms of moving forward, both short, medium, and long term. Something that struck home, I think, with everyone and was included in our conversation was the uniqueness of the warehouse district, was the size. We did, have some discussions about the collaboration that already exists with the Downtown Business Improvement District, with both entities' representatives saying, they really would like to focus on specific areas and not be distracted by either one. That the warehouse needs to focus on the warehouse district and the downtown needs to focus on downtown. All elements of it were really well received, and I think we delivered on a little bit of it as it relates to changing the office policy to fill in that donut hole for the unique potential office businesses that could be located there in industrial buildings. So the entire committee was unanimous in its support of this vision plan and of the request of budget to proceed with, some of which is pure city work and some of it is which is being done in collaboration with the bid, I think is really smart because they have those relationships out with the stakeholders in the warehouse district. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please have someone move the report with an addition of item number 3, approve this recommendation at its, being City Council's October 9, 2024 meeting. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to it? Please, go ahead.
I appreciate the report and what it's striving to accomplish. My only question is to administration. My comment on transit to the delegate. Did that make sense to administration, and is there a chance that you can take part in the parking and traffic pedestrian count studies? I'm trying to plan forward and do a good job, so.
Through the chair, absolutely, transit can be at the table and provide information on our operational plans and the current plans going forward.
Totally. In addition to that, could you take information from what they evolve and alter your plans accordingly on a go-forward basis for best outcomes?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, that would be part of the process. So obviously, whether it's this plan or any plans, we'd adapt to the changing conditions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I have for question.
Thank you very much. The committee that Mayor Masters sits on, I'd like to know how often does that committee meet? Through the chair.
Thank you. Mayor Masters. Yeah. Please.
Thank you. We have it set up quarterly, but do it more on an as-needed basis. And so we had met in the summer, earlier this year in the summer again, and basically, just because of some changes at the warehouse bid, had a subsequent third meeting in September, I think it was in September, a few weeks later. So it's about 4 times per year as we go through things. We get updates from planning and development, which is within the terms of reference, just as it relates to applications and issues and concerns. And there's been some really good work that's come out of planning and development as it relates to being proactive on conversions of houses in the transition area of downtown, as an example, or home or heritage property conversions. And so planning and development is a regular reporter into that committee, but we had a third meeting just specific to the vision plan.
Thank you. Who reports out? So they met 3 to 4 times. Prior to that, in the last, it's been in existence, I think, this whole term, have they been meeting regularly, or was there a gap in time there? Or I guess the reason I'm asking is, how does council get this information coming from this committee?
Yeah, I think that when actual recommendations into executive committee or council are discussed, those come forward. I think when the committee was originally established, it was established due to looking for cooperation amongst the city center core entities. And so that's how the committee came to be. And so it looked at the Catalyst report before council saw it. It looked at a little bit around the warehouse policy was discussed before it came. Downtown Business Improvement District has been more of a presenter, but council sees all of those presentations following the city center core seeing them. And so everything pretty much that comes to the city center core ends up before council.
Okay, so I guess moving forward, I think it would be some kind of a report. I actually feel it shouldn't just be diced out between reports. It should actually come back, if it's a committee, to council so we can understand kind of what meetings are happening, what's going on, what are the recommendations. I think that's important for council to understand. I would like to ask administration, is there anything that you wanted to add on this report regarding the funding request? Through the chair.
Anyone? Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I think I would just do my standard statement that funding requests be considered through the budget process. I would say as a non-voting member of RW Bid who has had exposure to the development and the approval of the plan, I really appreciate the work that's gone into it. I really appreciate how members of administration and the bid have worked together to develop and approve it. And I would say in conversations with the chair, they're seeing, I would say, a keener and more proactive relationship between administration and them, and as it should be, because frankly, our work is completely intertwined, and I would say they're absolutely helping move the city ahead and doing it in collaboration with administration.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I have. I just make a comment. I support this. I think that they do great work. I do think they are a different piece of the city that has a different, I would agree with a different vibe. I would agree with that. But I do think it's also more entrepreneurial, looking at different types of living, business, that kind of thing. So I think there's some, innovation there, which I think is kind of exciting for this area. And I do support it going to the budget. So anyways, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. I see no further speakers. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to finish off debate? Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Councillor LeBlanc, it's Councillor Nelson here. I vote in favor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now turn to communications on EX 24-87. We have communications from the following with respect to this report: from Andrew Mitchell of Dive Sask of Regina, Saskatchewan, and from Amy Moore of Regina Diving Club of Regina, Saskatchewan. Can I have someone move that these communications be received and filed as items EX 24-92 and 93? Councillor Hawkins. Any opposed? No, carried unanimously. We'll now consider EX 24-87, Indoor Aquatics Facility Supplemental Report. Can I please ask Deputy City Manager Ted Schisler to introduce the report? Mr. Schisler, your mic is live.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am just pulling it up. There it is. So I have the team here with me. At the August 21st, 2024 meeting of Council, the report CR 24-102 New Indoor Aquatics Facility was tabled, and Council directed admin prepare a supplemental report with additional information. This report provides details on administration's advocacy for increased funding through different levels of government. It also provides an overview of administration's financial review of funding options for the maintained scope of the IAF. As part of this review, pro formas for 3 funding scenarios were developed. Details are provided in the report. Lastly, this report provides an update on the city's request for proposal to seek private philanthropy and/or sponsorship opportunities. The IAF is a large project and has been the subject of considerable consultation, analysis, discussion, and approvals. As early as 2010, a new aquatic facility was identified as the top priority in the Rec and Culture Capital Plan This maintained a top priority in that plan since then. In December of 2020, Council approved the funding of the feasibility study for a new AAF, and as outlined in the report, it moves through the Catalyst Committee, and in March of 23, that group recommended that it be the second priority Catalyst project, and Council approved in March of 23 an optimized new build, as you all know. Administration is currently working, of course, on this Council-approved design and plan for the IAF. Work has continued as we have done this additional work that you see summarized in the report before you. It responds fully to the vision and guiding principles of the feasibility study and positions us for long-term growth for the city out to 300,000 residents. The most recent update to Council on progress and updated cost estimates was delivered at the August 21st, 2024 meeting, item CR 24-102. Since then, admin has examined possible additional government funding as mentioned, as well as various potential internal funding sources as detailed in the report. We will continue to do so as the project proceeds over the coming years. While we have examined a number of potential internal funding sources, each has potential negative impacts on other planned projects. Removing funds from other projects could result in a project not being completed at all, or more likely, introduce risk to projects and that funding has been significantly reduced or eliminated, and then efforts to find that funding sometime later. In looking at the list of potential internal funding sources, it is evident we'd need to impact a number of other items to identify a material amount to reduce the potential IAF debt by. Proceeding in this matter introduces additional risk and complexity as we take pieces of different things and bring them together. If we assume, may not be a safe assumption, but if we assume that those projects, one way or another, will get done, that will likely mean increased requirements on tax revenue, mill rate in the future to do so. While there are differences in timing, the end result over the construction period of a potential new IAF would be similar to the city and ratepayers. Scenario 3 in the report outlines borrowing what is needed for the project. While this is a significant number, the city has capacity to do so. We're financially healthy with a AAA credit rating. Council has recently approved administration apply for a debt limit increase of $230 million that would provide for this. That application is in its early stages but underway. We believe a 30-year debenture would be the preferred option here. We also have options in the report under this scenario for a dedicated mill rate to support that funding. Scenario 3, in administration's view, has the following advantages over the other scenarios in the report. 1, the costs and financial impacts of the IAF are clear and transparent to everyone. 2, relative to the other options, it's less complicated, it's less risky to other important projects over the planning horizon. It eliminates the uncertainty of how those projects, where we'd sort of rob from Peter to pay Paul, and how they might seek alternative funding sources in the future. The extension of the Recreation and Culture Capital Plan mill rate provides a clear funding source for this project. And finally, perhaps not as crisp as the other ones, but if you think about the benefit of the IAF and how it occurs in the future and how citizens now and in the future will utilize this facility and gain the benefit of it over its 50-year anticipated lifespan, borrowing for 30 years better actually matches this future benefit and spreads costs out over the years to the residents who will be using it now and into the future. Administration will continue to work to identify any additional funding sources for the construction of the IAF. It's a multi-year project. There is time. If those things come up, we will grab them and we will free up funding for other projects should we be successful in that regard. In the event additional funding is a result, as we said, we'll be able to apply any excess funds raised through this potential debenture to other projects. Given the number of important infrastructure projects approved or under consideration by the City Council, this could present future benefits. As I've said, this is a large and complex project. The total cost makes it one of the largest projects the city has ever been a part of. It's important that we all consider how best to proceed in light of the cost estimates we have now and the support it has received along the way in light of the many other priorities that the city has in the infrastructure realm. My colleagues and the team that have worked on this report are here, and we look forward to this robust discussion and answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I please have someone move this report? Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead. One moment, Councillor Hawkins. Please, go ahead.
I'll be brief. This is a receive and file. I believe that Mr. Schlichter's 3 points recommending Scenario number 3 are important, are valid. I particularly note the success of the extension of the recreation fund mill rate. Taxpayers appreciate when they can see clearly how projects are being funded, how mill rate increases are being directed, so that they know that these increases go to important projects. So with that, I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So, thank you for all the information with all the numbers. So I just want to ask about one more scenario that was kind of talked about last meeting. And that was the scenario where we would actually look at keeping the Lawson open and then having a new pool where we could access regional economic development dollars. So I'd like to ask, and I know it was provided, not in this report, but a memo to council in regards to the Lawson Aquatic Center analysis. And looking at that, there was scenario 1 where for 49, I think it was originally said that I think there was like 28 million could go back into the Lawson to do some upgrades in there. But for 25 years, for $59 million, this pool could have extended its life for another 25 years. And there's another option of 10 to 15 years. So the reason I ask is, do we think that there's value in having 2 pools, still being able to remain, having the Lawson open and putting the upgrades in there, and then, building, I think there was some housing that was always promised in there, and kind of a little neighborhood, and then looking at going to the government, which we know for a fact there are regional dollars there, and we constantly say Emerald Park and White City don't pay for anything. They use our amenities. So can I just ask, is that something that we could actually look at, as we know that we've got opportunities there for dollars, which then could have 2 pools and could be actually more efficient in the long run? Through the chair.
Mr. Schisler.
So, through the chair, thanks for that question, and I'll try and go in order. If I forget
Sure.
anything, please remind
Yeah.
me. Yes, the costs are different than what we talked about last time when we discussed the Lawson, which was some weeks ago now. In this memo that you've all received, we updated it with inflation numbers. Some of the numbers we were using previous were from some of the initial feasibility studies a couple of years ago and some estimates. A lot of work has been done by the team to go through and validate that these numbers are the best estimates we can provide you for these scenarios today. So that's the change in the numbers. And it's inflationary, basically, is the change. We have not done any further work on scenarios around the Lawson other than updating these particular items and costs. Scenario 1 and scenario 2 gain some useful life for the building, obviously at a cost. Now those are estimates, and we do note design scope clarity and, the plus or minuses still apply, but as they do to all projects, so, equal basis there. I think the thing for in our view is, could you put some money into the Lawson and get some more useful life out of it? We believe you could. We believe it will have operational challenges. The risks are higher given the age of the facility, the initial design. So it will, on an operating basis, it's an older building. You're making some improvements to it. And, they will be much like a used car versus a brand new car. You may have higher maintenance costs on a used car that you put some improvements to it. It's not a great analogy, but that would be the summary of our thinking. Also, the challenge there is some of these improvements would require a fair amount of work to the Lawson, closing it down for some period of time, many months to over a year, depending on which scenario we pick here. And in every one of these scenarios, with the exception of 2 and 3, you're getting that 10 to 15 years for
25.
quite a, less than an IAF, yes. But if we're talking about this, and then in addition, another building, either the current design or redesign, there's a lot of cost there. And going back to the original feasibility discussion, the discussions that administration had this spring, March, April, May, that time period around when the condition around the federal funding changes, does it make sense to go back to the Lawson? From a practical perspective, given the building and its age and the fact that it's had water in it for all that time in a 1960s design, you introduce some risk. Yes, we can do it, but it introduces some risk. From an operational perspective, operating that facility does introduce some challenges to some of our programming and things as opposed to all in one building. It will take additional human and financial resources to consider both of these at the same time, kind of a thing. So there's some, added complexities, potential time delays in doing that and doing both at once. And given all the needs in the original feasibility study, the programming analysis that's been done, and even looking at these costs, I think, Councillor Brashani, I would make the comparison, not necessarily, and I understand it's a financial comparison, but I wouldn't strictly make the comparison if we're looking at scenario 2, just to pick one that you mentioned. We say, okay, that's 59. Yeah, so scenario 2, yeah, like 61.8 million for the cost plus some other things. So I don't think it's saying compare 61 to 245, because for 61, what you get is some enhancements to the Lawson. You've spent the 61 and you have nothing yet on the IF. So is what I'm saying. So it's not a straight, if you're looking for 2 pools and a different design, then it would be the 61, including some of the challenges of that older facility. And then whatever, if it's the same design, it would be the 245. If council approves some alternate design, it would be additional costs. Design time, finding the location, all that stuff again. So given all the work that's been done on feasibility and analysis, we continue to stick to the approved council motion and say for that, investment and relooking at things, it makes more sense practically, operationally, and financially to go with the full new facility, and to, if there's some desire to consider keeping the Lawson as a facility, options for A and B actually as a non-aquatic facility make more sense given the age of the building, the structure, and some of the risks. So that's our view.
Thank you. I feel strongly that we can actually get some regional economic dollars. So we're talking about, so I guess that to me is important. We're going to get some extra dollars if we can build it in a different area, and we know that we can keep the Lawson open. So right now, I guess my question for you is, the life of the Lawson, if we spent $61 million, that would be for 25 years. Is that accurate?
That's our accurate assessment, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, through the chair.
Okay. And if we were to look at the pool, maybe give us some options as to how to downsize, still being a national pool, create the national events and things like that, is that also a scenario through the chair?
Through the chair, yeah. Is it a scenario? Yes, it's a scenario. In the last meeting, in the last report, we did provide some options on sort of reducing some of the cost. There wasn't a large reduction, but there, and I can't remember, it was option B or option 2 or scenario, whichever one it was. I don't have it in front of me. I think, and I'll look to the team to correct me if I'm wrong. In order to keep it close to the scale and anticipated goals and design that it is now, taking $61 million out of it would be a challenge to keep it at that level from everything I've read and understood. And I'll look to the team to see if anybody, that sounds accurate. And I don't know what exactly the number is, but I'm not sure you could cut 60 or 70 million off the IF and still keep it at the level that's being contemplated now. Not the size and scope, but even the level of amenity.
The regional dollars would offset that too.
Sorry, I'll just hop in. Looks like there's some additional information. Ms. Bisdell, please.
Through the chair, I think that's a really great question, one that we didn't actually explore as part of the feasibility study because we were looking at a national competitive facility all on the Sportplex. From a programming perspective, I'll maybe ask my colleagues to speak to that, but it becomes really difficult to host some of those larger national events over 2 facilities across the city. What was attractive about building one facility was the ability to attract such events, and and host them in our city. So I'm not sure if Ms. Selinger has anything to add from that from a programming perspective.
Ms. Selinger, please go ahead.
Through the chair, in order to be able to host the largest national competitions, it is required to have 2 50-meter pools in the same facility. And so there would need to be a decision if something was moved to an alternative location, if we were going to build 2 50s, that would far exceed what other sort of cities of our size have in terms of having 3 50-meter pools. It's a possibility, but that would be sort of a scoping conversation. If the conversation was to build 1 50-meter pool with a warm-up pool, we would maintain the ability to host several national level competitions, but not that highest level of national competitions. And then the other piece I would just highlight is there are operational efficiencies to having everything on one site. And so right now we couldn't speak to what that would look like to have sort of a separate location. Again, we've never explored having 2 buildings in 2 separate places.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you for that. So I do have an emotion, I'd like to bring a motion forward. I think the clerk has it.
Sorry, is it an amendment,
An
Councillor
amendment,
Bashir?
sorry, yeah.
Sure, well, we'll see it and then we can consider what to do. Just ask the clerk, put it up.
While the clerk is finding it, I can speak to it. Like, I'm not trying to belabor this at all, but I do think that there is value in looking at all options as we move this forward. And the reason I say this is because if there is regional dollars available, which we know, the government always says, we just haven't asked, or it hasn't been where we've worked with the municipalities. I think we need to look at that option. If it's $20 million, if it's $30 million, I think that can go against the 60 that we could put into the Lawson. Like, it all helps out one way or another. And I know that council, I'm going to say, is very antsy to get this through. And we know it's going to go through. We know we're going to have a pool, 100%. But I think that we also have to do our due diligence to make sure that we've got this scenario that comes forth to give us an option for funding. So if it's looking at potential sources to repair the Lawson, which we've heard we can do. If it's 60 million, that's an option. And that makes the Lawson good for 25 years. What we know is swimming lessons fill up when people call in 1 minute. This will give us a second location. The other thing is, how many times have we heard that Taylor Field was also there for housing? So you could actually have the pool remain there with upgrades for the community to use, with housing to be able to go around it and to be a knitted community. The second piece is looking at constructing a new aquatic center. Doesn't matter where it is, but if there is some dollars that would come with that, to me that should be an option that we consider. I think if we don't consider it, and the only reason I'm saying now is because the information came forth from administration a couple months ago when they said the government had changed their mind and said we don't have to use this funding, right? So for like to replace it, we can now look at a different option. So the only reason even the Catalyst Committee suggested that, because guess what? We had to replace like for like. So of course the Lawson is our oldest, we're going to do that. But now the information has changed. And I'll use this example like the Shaw Centre in Saskatoon. You've got naming rights there, you've got it by a high school, you've got the community can use it, and it's accessible around the whole city. So I'll leave it there for anyone to discuss.
Thank you.
I was going to raise a point of order as well.
Sure.
Go ahead,
Stevens.
Points of order. So
I would love 3 points of order. Please go ahead.
we'll make
That
you work
sounds
today,
great.
Dan. Fair, but there's already a receive and file, so we have to vote on the receive and file yes or no, and then at that time, it would be up to a member of council to put on an alternative motion. So I don't think this is in order at this point.
Does any,
Oh, yeah, here we go.
that sounds great. Please.
Because he said he wanted it. This would have to be I think both have to be reconsideration motions, because number one has already been a separate decision outside. That was before council voted to decommission the aquatic center before proceeding with the indoor aquatic facility construction. And then constructing a new, that one in terms of a different area, that was already decided by council, a majority vote of council during the Catalyst Committee. And so to my mind, there's 2 reconsideration motions before us. Anyways, that's just my thought.
Councillor Hawkins, let me have it.
I think that both points are correct. I'd further add that there's a motion on the floor. This is not an amendment, and what's more, it runs contradictory to the amendment, the motion on the floor.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for 5 minutes to speak to the clerk about these.
Or ask
Then we'll
the
come
clerk-
back.
Yeah, sure. Ask the clerk to speak, yeah.
Thank you. Great, welcome back from the brief adjournment. I'm going to ask the clerk to square this circle for us.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just by way of brief explanation, part of the problem that this has created is because this supplemental report came to Executive Committee. That is far outside the norm. It typically would, this receive and file would just go directly to Council. So I'm going to try and parse this out quickly. First of all, the receive and file is what is on the floor. If Councillor Hawkins wished to withdraw that, we would proceed. Councillor Hawkins, you're in. Okay, so he's leaving that on. So what I would suggest is, in speaking with Councillor Bresciani, that she withdraw her amendment. We'll work with her to review the files in terms of whether it would be a reconsideration or not, because that is not discussed at exec, that is discussed at council. So everything is going to essentially, the main report has been tabled to council next week. If the receive and file is approved, it will go as a supplementary report to council next week, and then all options are on the table on the 9th.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Okay, so you're saying, so because Councillor Hawkins will not accept that, so then it cannot be addressed today?
Unless the receive and file is defeated.
Yeah, and then you're saying that I would have to bring this then to council, working with the clerk to see how we could do that for a, okay. Okay, I will leave it there then.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, just ask for the record, can you confirm that you're withdrawing the proposed amendment?
Thank you. Yeah, I have no choice. I will withdraw.
Thank you.
And continue at council.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, I see that your hand was raised. Do you still wish to speak on this matter?
No, I'm good now that we've got some clarification on everything that's happened. So thank you, Councillor Blumenthal.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Oh, thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor. I just had a question regarding Table 7, which is outlining the funding for Scenario 3. And regarding the sponsorship. So I wanted to understand how that works. There is, it says assume $10 million, $1 million annually, and there's $1 million in the column. Is that just to reduce the initial cost and in terms of what would have to be debt financed? So just to kind of, if you could explain what happens with an assumed sponsorship that we could get.
Through the chair, yes, so we for round numbers, assume $10 million would be possible. Typically that flows to operations, not to the capital build.
Okay.
And so $1 million per year for the next 10 years. You know, say you signed a 10-year deal, it'd be a $1 million a year injection for to offset operating costs each year.
Okay, so through the chair, if it's for operating costs, then why is it in this column? Because is this just for the debt costs?
Through the chair, it starts with the total cost, and then it tries to describe the different mill rate scenarios and how that could potentially offset, principal and interest costs, the impact. And so it's trying to bring it all together, because once you get past construction, it's turning it into that operational consideration and how we pay for it ongoing.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yeah, for the record, I'm all in for this pool. I think it's over a decade in the making, and I don't want to upend that process now. I guess I have a question regarding what I see as an inconsistency, or maybe I need some clarification regarding what was formerly known as the gas tax, so the Community Benefit Fund. On one line, it suggests that it's NA, and then the description next to it in that table says there's an ineligibility issue. Later on in the report, it suggests that we just choose not to use it because we're using it on residential roads, et cetera. And then later it talks about reallocating that fund for housing needs. So there's three different stories here. And I looked into the guidelines at the provincial and federal level, and we can use it for the pool. So maybe some clarification, please.
Ms. Sanders.
Through the chair, I'll start, and then I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Pham. What I would say in short is that how that fund can be used has changed. And in fact, we have that report in front of us later today. So historically and even now, the majority of it we have used for roads, and we've had, I would say, some more discretion in what we can use it for. With the revised requirements, we have to be able to directly tie it to affordable housing. And so I think it's different because the story actually has changed through time. And Ms. Pham, is there anything that you want to add to that?
Please, Ms. Pham.
Through the chair, so Councillor Stevens, you are correct. I will say, based on the Canada Community Building Fund, yes, can we provide funding towards the pool using the contributions the federal government is giving us? That is correct. With the new agreement that's come forward, obviously their big piece is you must prioritize projects that actually will drive additional housing units within the community. The challenge that administration has in front of us with specifically this project and the IAF is, as we've talked about, Taylor Field. Challenge is that because the Taylor Field lands are right now on hold for the baseball stadium, administration is not comfortable with saying that you're going to actually drive housing units there to comfortably say today that maybe we should allocate funding from the CCBF towards the aquatic facility.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for clarification about Taylor Field. Maybe I'll follow up, because the pool has a geothermal component. Would it be theoretically possible to link that geothermal technology into a district heating system that then would tether to the housing component that you mentioned?
Ms. Anderson, Ms. Pham. Mr. Shisley, please.
Through the chair, you've exceeded the limits of my accounting knowledge with that question, so I'm going to ask our esteemed engineer present, Mr. Hansen, I believe, can respond to that question.
Mr. Hansen.
Yes, through the chair, thanks for the question. That is something we are looking at through the work we're undertaking right now related to the design of the geothermal for the IAF. What are the potential future possibilities, and definitely don't want to limit ourselves as far as those opportunities going forward. So any planning going forward will take future expansion into consideration.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor it, but it's actually central to the work that you've done, and it's good work, is, say we go ahead with the receive and file. Correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially what we're agreeing to would be the scenario 3. We're going ahead. Is it possible down the road, or we basically have to make a decision next week to decide, hey, maybe the government will let us use the the community building fund for the pool because there's a geothermal which tethers to housing, or are we locked into it by the end of next week?
Ms. Anderson.
Sorry, I'm going to give it to Ms. Pham.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Pham.
Through the chair, I would say by next week, administration would like direction based on the contribution agreement that we have that we'll discuss later at executive committee. Yes, funding a pool is an eligible cost, and as I mentioned, because of the state of the lands at Taylor Field, we won't be able to report saying that additional housing units are moving forward because there is currently not the planning occurring there.
Okay. I think we could juggle this in the next week. That's great. As an undertaking, just like this could be quite simple, but because housing is mentioned and just discussed, it's in the report. If maybe there's a possibility down the road in this meeting, that's fine. But perhaps tell us precisely what you have planned in the world of housing. Are you building housing? Are you building the infrastructure required for housing? And you don't have to answer now, but if it's tethered to housing, I'd like to know specifically how that works. Because we'll then have to make a decision, and administration will have to make a decision to prioritize the use of that funding for this or for other projects. Is that feasible between now and the last council meeting?
Through the chair, I know that administration has been hard at work thinking about that, and I have reviewed some information tied to that. I'll just check with Ms. Pham. Are we to a point right now where there's information that we could share with council next week if it was done as an undertaking? Would that be a yes?
Yeah, through the chair, I think we can share a little bit today as well if needed.
Okay. Thank you.
Pardon me, just so I'm clear for the record, is that the undertaking was given to provide that information by next week? Yes, great, thank you. Please go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. And actually, just a procedural question. It's a receive and file, which is fine. Scenario 3 is recommended. So if we just receive and file this till the end of council next week, the recommendation 3 is the status quo and that's going ahead, or do we have to pick an option of those scenarios?
The receive and file is to provide contextual background information so that you can consider the tabled report that was at council on the 21st of August for the full meal deal, so to speak. This is just giving you the options to better understand what you have to decide or being asked to decide next Wednesday.
Super, great, perfect. Last question. I don't want to belabor a whole bunch of other options. Clearly that's going to be an issue next week. But from a funding perspective, my understanding is that we got federal dollars through ISIP and other streams to build a new aquatic facility. So if we downgrade the new component and upgrade the putting the lipstick on the old Lawson pig, do we lose some of that federal money?
Ms. Pham, please.
Through the chair, yes, that is a risk. As you would have noted, in, I think it was scenario 2 that was discussed, to do the renovation at 67 million. What you're saying is you're essentially leaving approximately $50 million on the table. Again, I will also, warn council about the risk of we are completely rescoping an already approved project by the province and by the federal government. There is no guarantee us going back and saying we want to completely do a different project, because this is not same project that we have in front of them, that they may come back and just tell us no as well.
Okay, thank you. I would suggest that the quote from yesterday about 11 of us making a decision and sticking to it, I think resonates with this. I think it's a great project and I hope we pursue it.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, can I start with on table 7? By the way, this is excellent work. Ted, to you and your team and the folks in real estate and land, thanks very much for this. Kind of midway through remaining city contributions, debt, which includes 29.4 million for the SAF portion. Can someone speak to what exactly that means?
Mr. Schisler, please.
Through the chair, first, thank you for the comment. I'm merely reading the hard work of the team. They did excellent work in a busy time of year, and so thank you for noticing that. I'm looking to my team now to continue the excellent work, and I don't have enough background to answer this particular question.
Yeah. Please, Ms. Deridich.
Through the chair, the Indoor Aquatic Center has always been in the servicing agreement fee model, as a portion of the facility is attributed to the growth of our facility. And so this was the amount that was attributed to growth, because it can't be attributed to replacing the Lawson, because it can't be used for maintenance. And then it only applies to the city's portion of the project. So it's a 30-70 split for servicing agreement fees, 70% city, 30% servicing agreement fees. Does that answer your question? Sorry.
Starts to. Thank you, Ms. Jurdich. Follow-up then becomes, through the chair, we're looking to, so the SAF model is intended to collect servicing agreement fees. Is the money there? Like, why are we borrowing the service agreement fee portion?
Mr. Schisler.
I think did you? I think we don't. Yeah, we don't. I'll ask Ms. Bryden to respond.
please.
Through the chair, so a portion of the SAF fees would be for the greenfield portion, and that greenfield, the model is in a deficit position, and so that is why the funds for that would need to be borrowed. And in addition, I believe the intensification portion of the SAF fee would be funded through the dedicated mill rate account eventually as that is collected. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Sorry. Because what I'm trying to parse out here is that we have a portion that we're borrowing, which I think we always expected to have to borrow to build a 50-year, even had it remained at 188 million, we were going to borrow a portion of this money to spread out the benefit with matching that to the use. And so of the 139 million, that is the borrowed amount. Have I got this right? Is this what this is telling us, that the borrowing is actually 139.6 million?
Who will take?
That's
Mr.
correct.
Shisley.
Through the chair, yes. That is
Okay,
correct.
and of that 139, 29 of it is attributable to the service agreement fees, which we don't have because the SAF model is in deficit. Have I got this right?
Through the chair, yes.
So my question then is the repayment of the SAF portion different than the long-term borrowing mortgage on the pool? Meaning, are we going to be receiving money through the SAF model that in theory should be paying down the 29.5?
Oh, Ms. Bryden, please.
Thank you through the chair. In theory, yes. As lands develop, we should be receiving fees. There are a few different SAF projects on the go, and so we would be applying those fees as we go. And then I think that there is potential that that portion could be paid down sooner. But again, I would leave the financial modeling and the best approach to how those projects are paid down to Mr. Shizzler.
Do you have any response on that, Mr. Shizzler?
Through the chair, notionally, if things went according to plan, they'd be repaid proportionally through SAF, yes. But, I mean, we look at the debt position regularly and what we may choose to pay down or what we may need for other things. And I don't know.
6 of one, half dozen of the other is what
Ms.
you're
Bryden
saying?
explained it, yeah. I mean, it's different. If things went as planned, yes, then that sort of theoretical notion would be what transpired.
Okay. So the project itself is worth 110. We have a $58 million shortfall. This is 29 million of it. Have I got it right? Or is it 58 plus another 29?
Through the chair, it would be the 58 plus the 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and my next question is impact on mill rate, the one time of 1.9, the phased in over 5 years is 0.4. You're making an argument for the continuation of the rec fund replenishment to revitalization essentially. Of the 1.9, can that be spread out to lessen the impact? Like you're not going to need all of it in year one because it'll be under construction. So it's just a question, is the 1.9, can we spread that out?
Through the chair, yes, I believe we can. I think, I'm just looking at it, as I recall going over this report several times, these are, so it's, sorry, I'm just going to ask my team if that's all right.
So I might pass it to Ms. Bizdell.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, she's got the answer.
Through the chair, I'm actually going to pass this on to Ms. Krulak because she'll understand the impact to the mill rate better.
Correct.
Great. I understand Ms. Krulak is online. Please, go ahead.
Through the chair, can I just ask for that question to be repeated, please?
Certainly, Ms. Kurlik. Through the chair, my question is, within Table 7, on page 7, There's a phased-in portion, which is essentially an extension of our recreational asset revitalization program that's been in place for 5 years, but there's an impact of one-time mill rate of 1.9. Is it possible to spread that out over during construction and get the same effect?
Through the chair, sorry, I'm just referencing the report here.
I believe it's in Appendix A.
Apologies, yeah.
Oh.
Table 7. Yeah, it's page 7 of our report. I'm just not sure if she's got the same report.
On page 7 of Appendix A.
It's just page 7.
Okay,
Oh, no, it's
so on page 7, the impact on the mill rate one time is, so it basically these are options. So either we can phase in the impact on the mill rate over 5 years, or we have an increase in the mill rate one time of 1.9.
So it's not both, it's one or the other?
It's one or the other.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. During the summer, we were given a presentation when we were looking at municipal lands and from Mr. Chad Jedlick. And there was discussion around the Taylor Field lands, and I know that the administration has done a bunch of work on the Taylor Field lands. So correct me if I'm wrong, but there was about 6 acres-ish on the old actual field site itself, which would be available for residential or mixed-use development.
I'll turn that to Ms. Pham.
Through the chair, correct.
Right, so there's 5 to 6 acres, because the balance of it, there are some environmental concerns, you know, and the conversation was around making park space or some other such usable asset, essentially.
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, and so housing is still the option as it relates to Taylor. To Councillor Stevens' points, there's still 6 acres worth of development for mixed income housing, mixed use housing, that residential development.
Through the chair, correct. I think the caveat and where administration had concerns was because of the Red Sox motion, the idea of being able to put a baseball stadium and obtaining the housing that we wanted, we were not sure would fit.
Right, yeah, right. I think we're talking about the Red Sox later. I think the drawings we saw previously had the field space basically south of 10th Avenue, and so I don't believe it impacts the Taylor Field lands with any sort of significance, just creates field space as opposed to park space at about the same price tag. I just want to get this straight. Roughly $60 million, Mr. Sisler, to renovate the Lawson.
Please.
Through the chair, under scenario 2, and I think it's important to look at the whole column. This is to achieve some design best practices, extend that useful life, and improvements in some things. It's not, that this isn't the level of facility we're talking about with the current approved design of the IAF.
And how many years of extended life does that get us?
We estimate, under the scenario 2 column there, we estimate 25 years, and we would have to close the facility for approximately 2 years or more to do those renovations.
Okay, so I can get $60 million for 25 years to get some improvements.
Yes.
And if, just for simple math sakes, a third of the indoor aquatic facility is $80 million. Is my math right?
Through the chair, yes.
But that gets us, what do you think, 30 to 50?
The estimate for the new facility is a 50-year useful life.
Okay, so I can spend 60 for 25 and get some improvements, or I can spend 80 for 50.
In addition, yes, through the chair, yes.
Okay, but in the 60 million scenario, my op costs are higher, and there's higher risk associated with it, and it's not at the same standard as the other pool.
Through the chair, correct, and there are program implications of having different facilities and staffing and all those operational things.
Got it. I appreciate the clarification on the CCBF, because I will tell you that when we talk to the federal government about inflationary cost pressures, they tell us, well, you have the CCBF. So now that they're dedicating it to, my understanding, Ms. Pham, is actually to support housing development. They're changing the requirements, the new agreement.
Ms. Pham?
Through the chair, yes, we have to prioritize funding infrastructure projects that would drive additional housing units.
Excellent. I like the idea of the geothermal being tagged into that residential development on the old Taylor Field side. I think that's fantastic. Well, that's actually very helpful. In speaking to the province and to the federal government says you need to look to CCBF because we're giving you money every year, and the provincial government says we need a federal infrastructure program that would allow for the cost overruns. The province is on board for that. I think the regional dollars that are being discussed are available regardless, just as they were available for the stadium. I want to talk about value engineering. Is there any benefit or any thought process on value engineering the project to bring down costs?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Hanson to respond to that.
Please, Mr. Hanson.
Yes, through the chair, that is an ongoing process. It's something that we've completed to this point on the schematic design work that's been completed to date to bring down the cost to what are currently shown. That will continue through the remaining phases of design as we lead into construction.
Okay. All right, I think I'm good for now.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, would you like to close debate?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this conversation this morning has clarified two things. The first is, like all of these projects, delay increased the cost of the project tremendously. And for that reason alone, I think the administration is entitled to its request to be given clear instructions with respect to the new pool. Like Councillor Stevens, I think that this new pool has been talked about a great deal. It's a fabulous project and should move ahead. We can talk about that next week. The second thing is, with respect to the renovation of the Lawson and the possibility of somehow building another pool somewhere else, maybe in Harbor Landing, I want to say this. The danger here is that we, instead of building one first-class 21st century pool that will last for 50 years and meet the 21st century needs of our young people, instead of doing that, we'll somehow get two second-rate pools. I say somehow because there's no guarantee we're going to get a regional pool anywhere, although I hope we do. And if we do, there's no guarantee that it will be up to the same kind of standard as the new aquatic facility will be up to. I also say second rate because there is simply no way you can renovate the Lawson pool, spend $60 million plus, and everybody around this circle knows that if you start renovating a building, there's always stuff that you hadn't anticipated. $60 million plus for 25 years. It's just not the same thing. So I support strongly the new pool, the new aquatic center, and with that, we'll discuss it further on if the receive and file motion passes, which I recommend.
Thank you. I'd ask the clerk to call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. We are at a legislated break until 10:46 a.m. I'm told several high school students are watching after, so think of something clever to say over the break. Thank you. Great, thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. We'll now consider item EX 2488, application for Title 2024 liens. And I'll ask Deputy City Manager Ted Schisler to introduce the report. I'll give you a mic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this report is to obtain City Council approval as required by the Tax Enforcement Act to serve 6-month notices and proceed with additional tax enforcement on properties where the City of Regina registered a tax lien in 2024 for tax arrears and the arrears have not been paid. The properties pertaining to this recommendation are listed in Appendix A of the report. Throughout our tax enforcement processes, administration works to help property owners set up payment plans. While property owners are working with us, we do not make application for title with the Saskatchewan Municipal Board. The report includes a request to cancel taxes that will total $1,349.09 as of October 1st, 2024 for one mobile home that is uncollectible. The property for this recommendation is listed in Appendix B of the report. Other taxing authorities will participate in the cancellation of their share of the levies as per agreements with those taxing authorities. The cost of the penalty cancellation is borne fully by the City of Regina, meaning the total cost to the city is $1,026.12. My colleagues are here to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Can I ask someone to move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. So you're just starting enforcement now. What type of success do you usually have with these enforcement measures as you start them up?
Thank you, through the chair. So we did start enforcement on these properties in January. We start by, advertising properties, and then a lien was placed in April. This is just the next step. Typically, at each of those major stages, we see about 33 to 38% of properties pay at each stage. So we do anticipate that of these properties, about 35% of them will pay at the next step.
Thank you for the smart answer to my vague question. That's exactly what I was looking for. That's all I have. About 35.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I have a question that would pertain to this as well as the tax title sales report. High-level policy question. We want the property owners to pay. That's great. When they don't, there's a whole process. I want to know where the money goes in the end. We make true a bill that's owed, but where does the money actually flow when it comes into the city coffers?
Please.
Through the chair. So there's two parts to that question, I guess. Firstly, when we request consent to take title, the Provincial Mediation Board issues an order. Part of that order is any proceeds beyond what's owed to us must be returned to the previous property owner. So in terms of our share, it's just related to our outstanding expenses.
Okay.
And when we take title, then the outstanding taxes are kind of moved to an expense account. They're removed from the tax roll. And then any additional expenses in terms of preparing the property for sale are also added to that account. So we're entitled, that's our share. So essentially the money goes to offsetting those expenses that we've already incurred.
Okay. I mean, it's not always a substantial amount, but what if, let's say as a policy, we wanted it to go into the social development reserve and we wanted to actually use the proceeds from taking property to invest in property. So we now have intensification objectives, we have a north central revitalization. What if we wanted to stockpile this money into a reserve that we already have to actually finance those policy objectives? Am I totally out to lunch, or is that something feasible?
Who would like that?
I can start by adding, through the chair. I guess that would be an option. I guess the understanding would be that would be coming at an expense because those expenses wouldn't be offset. So we wouldn't be made whole for the outstanding property tax. So that would be an expense on our general operating revenue to fund that.
Okay, thank you. If you could, that helps. On how many occurrences do we somehow come into possession of the property itself, whether it's a vacant lot or a home that we then have to develop? Or is it typically we just get our money, we offload it as quickly as possible, or do we sometimes end up with the property itself?
Please.
Through the chair, I can start, and then this might be a question for Mr. Jedlick in the later report. So we take the titles through the tax title process, and then recently through a council motion, we've kind of established that if we do retain land in the north central area, that land will be retained to establish the land bank. So those properties we wouldn't be looking to sell, but the order from the PMB does require us to list the properties for sale within a year of taking title.
Okay, so as a matter of policy, we have to sell it.
There are conditions where we don't have to sell it. We can retain it, but there are other conditions in terms of paying out any other outstanding debt on the property.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, building on where Councillor Stevens was going, he has a motion that hasn't quite hit the floor of council yet on nuisance properties. I have a bit of a question as it relates to some of the properties. Do we coordinate these applications for title or liens with those properties that we know to be boarded up or abandoned or vacant or unsafe?
Please.
Through the chair, yes, I've recently, beginning in 2023, we started working very closely with bylaw and the housing teams to establish which properties we're requesting consent for and how we're prioritizing those properties in alignment with the other work that's happening.
And just to confirm, as it relates to the North Central revitalization motion, when we take tax title to properties in North Central, we hang on to them?
Through the chair, we are still working on that process. We haven't actually had any titles come through since that motion has been passed. But that is the intention. We're just working with legal and real estate to determine what that process will look like.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. I guess I'm closing too, so I didn't have to light my mic. I did miss one question. I need to know the sign of the times. How many properties are under this today compared to previous years? We have more properties on this list, less properties? How's it comparatively?
Please.
Sorry, through the chair, I'm just going to confirm the question. I had trouble hearing. Is it how it relates to previous years?
Yeah, yeah.
So, to be exact, we have 10 more properties this year than we did last year. So I'd say the amount of properties is consistent with what we're seeing in the past. I would say the amount of tax dollars is up higher than the past, and some of that's related to mill rate increases. But there, we're about $400,000 more in outstanding taxes for the same amount of properties.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one moment. Councillor Finder, I see your light, but Councillor Mancinelli had closed. I apologize. I didn't flag that before. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll call the vote, please. Councillor Moll on the fence.
I'm in.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. We have a delegation on EX 24-89. I would like to call upon Delegation Dana Wilkins. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions committee members may have for you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name's Dana Wilkins. I'm the Executive Director of Regina Mobile Crisis Services. We're a 50-year CBO organization, nonprofit charity in Regina that operates a number of crisis lines, and we also hold the contract with social services to provide child protection, family services, and emergency financial assistance after hours and on weekends for social services. We have a contract with the city of Regina for, I believe, the whole 50 years that we've been in existence. The funds have come from the police budget initially, and then it was moved over to the city over probably in the last 13 years or so, and for administration that way. We were originally planning to move into the YWCA building. For the last 5 years we've been planning. We were supposed to move in September, but when we did a closer look at the financial commitment that we would have to make to move in there, it became untenable with the operating costs that they were going to charge us there. Just for our organization, it might work for others. So we found other space at 107B Albert Street. The old Eden Care building was occupied. And it's probably double what we're paying now, but we can make it work. It's way better space, and there's also ability to create revenue, generate revenue through the space there. So I'm in support of the application to be property tax exempt. Had I been the executive director over the last 50 years, every year I would have made an application to become property tax exempt. But that's where we are this year, and I believe last year we made an application and we received 40% tax exemption, if I'm not mistaken, and then we'd be looking for 100% this year. I don't have the exact dollar amount what that would be. I'm assuming it'd be around $18,000 roughly per year. We respond to 29,000 calls, over 29,000 calls a year for service. We respond with 2 crisis workers after hours and on weekends and throughout the day with police. Any domestic violence call that they go on where there's children involved, mobile crisis is there with them. We respond to over 250 fire calls where people have been displaced or deceased on site to be able to counsel the members of the family that are there. And also the displaced members, it could be multiple members if it's an apartment fire. We respond to them to provide them with clothing, food, get them sorted out with appointments to their insurance, and get them a hotel, a place to stay. We use social services funds for that. But yeah, we're always there to support the marginalized population or the population that's in crisis in Regina and city and area, and we want to do so for another 50 years. And the property tax exemption would assist us in lowering our operating costs and at a time when funding has been fairly stagnant for us, for our organization and others, as you know. And it's just a way of offsetting some of our expenses. That's pretty much all I have to say for you.
Great, thank you. I'll see if there are any questions.
Sure.
Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe just to clarify your intent there, do you see it as more of a housekeeping matter that you switched to a new property and kind of got left out of the tax exemption, or you're looking for something above and beyond what you had before?
We didn't have a tax exemption up till last year. We rented or leased property off the city. So of our $139,000 in contract dollars that we would get from the city, we would pay back about $72,000 in lease, and then we would pay another $6,000 in property tax, and then the police would charge us about $4,000 a year to use 2 radios. So it whittled down our ability to operate, and it doesn't take long to sort of use that contribution up. So
fair. You made a point at the end about funding. Totally get it. Do you routinely apply for increases, or do you apply for the same thing and get the same thing?
I can't speak to what happened in the past so much because I just got here in March, but in reviewing the contracts, ours is due. It's over this year. So we will be preparing a proposal. We've been working with Dave Slater, having conversations, and we will be preparing a proposal to sort of right-size our budget, given the service that we provide. And we've enlisted data analytics groups to work with us to analyze our database, to slice and dice the information to more appropriately present the services that we provide that benefit the city and the city contract. And so we'll do that more to come in November, December on that.
Final question, could I ask that you work with Mr. Slater and build a bridge with CSER, our community well-being table? Their purpose was to do a lot of that data work. Has that been a conversation you've had in the interest of working collaboratively with that organization and minimizing your expenses?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the work you do as well. Now, you obviously get funds from the government as well, because it's a lot of government work that you do.
Yeah.
Have you asked for increased funding from them as well to provide all the services that you're providing, which is really is.
Yeah, we asked last year, so there's mobile crisis in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert, but they run like 3 separate entities, and they have 3 separate contracts with social services and other ministries because they provide different services in each location. But however, there was a pressure, financial pressure that we realized, and we asked social services, we submitted a joint proposal last year for an increase of 1.5 million, split between all 3 of the organizations, and we received about 572,000 split between 3. Yeah.
So half.
So yeah, about less than half, and so it allowed us to increase our staff component because that's what the dollars come for.
I see.
And so we increased our staff by a team leader and a crisis worker.
Okay, thank you. Will you be, again, re-asking or resubmitting for more resources as you move forward?
Yes, every time that we are able to, we will put in a proposal to sort of right-size our budget. We've done the same with agriculture and the farm stress line that we manage. We requested 270,000 and we received 70 this year. We used to get 30. So, and they're going to put it out for a request for proposal. Yeah, we're doing the work to request an increase in all of our funders.
Good. Well, thank you. Great work that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead, and Councillor Nelson, I see your hand next, but please go ahead, Councillor Zahidniak.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, you're supportive of administration's recommendation for now, and you will continue working with them, or are you asking us for something different at this time, through the chair?
I submitted the application, so I'm here supporting myself, I guess, supporting myself in the organization.
Yeah.
Just in case there was questions about the application and anything that I can answer. But yeah, I'll be the one working towards getting more funding for the organization moving forward.
Right. You have continued work to do, but for now, this is sufficient.
It's one piece. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you for this. I just want to clarify, you said that you were, you know what, you can probably take this offline, but just to clarify, you said that you were paying what for 2 radios from the police? Just because you had mentioned, I didn't recall exactly what you said, sorry.
It's approximately $4,000 per year for rental of 2 police radios that we have because we respond out with police.
Okay.
And they provide them to us for our safety when we attend those domestic violence calls for our staff safety.
Awesome. Thank you. I just, like I said, I just didn't quite get it. And now Councillor Stevens asked you about CSIS, so they haven't contacted you at all through the chair?
Not yet, no. I'm new, so they might have been emailing the previous executive director, but her email would have bounced. So.
Okay. I just have a request, if you could please contact me offline if you have questions to ask you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I see no other questions, so I'll thank you for your presentation and ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you very much.
We also have communications from the following with respect to the upcoming report, one from Shelley Sayer of Ranch Airlo Society and one from Gloria Patrick of Ranch Airlo Society, Airlo Sport Venture. Can I have someone move that these communications be received and filed as items EX24, 94, and 95? Mayor Masters, I will call the question. Any opposed? Unanimously passed. Thank you. We will now consider item EX24-89, Community Nonprofit Tax Exemption Policy 2025. Can I have Deputy Mayor Ted Schisler please introduce the report? That's the script. Are you not the Deputy Mayor?
I'm not sure. Are you the deputy mayor?
Yeah,
How are
you're
we
not
gonna
running
tell?
this term, are you? Anyway, whoever the Deputy Mayor is will speak.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through your chair, pleased to introduce the report. The community not-profit tax exemption policy was implemented in 2018 and was revised in 2023 to include eligibility for organizations who support the priorities of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and to provide direction on how funding will be distributed if the amount of requested funding exceeds the cap. To be eligible for a tax exemption, organizations must conform to all principles and meet all requirements of the policy. Applications are reviewed by an adjudication committee. This report is to present that committee's recommendation for City Council's consideration. There were 23 organizations who applied for exemptions under the policy for 2025. Administration is recommending 22 of these organizations be approved. The list of recommendations is included in Appendix A, Table 1 of this report. The community nonprofit tax exemption policy includes a cap on the amount of funding provided to balance the financial need of the organizations with the larger cost to property owners. The cap is $1,564,000 for 2025. In 2024, City Council approved multi-year tax exemptions for organizations aligned with streams 1 and 2. This report considers approval for 1 year 2025 tax exemptions totaling $399,844 in municipal tax dollars. Total of new and previously approved tax exemptions is $1,604,530. This exceeds the current cap by $40,530. The reason for this recommendation is that administration is working with the Globe Theatre to apply under the Heritage Incentives Policy instead of community nonprofit tax exemptions. We expect this to be completed ahead of the 2025 tax notices, and if their heritage application is approved, $41,777 would be removed from the community nonprofit tax exemption policy. Within this report, there's an update on the work done regarding a review to align community nonprofit tax exemption policy and community investment grants program. In 2024, administration introduced to City Council that there are synergies between the two programs and that we would work with community-based organizations to improve the user experience. During engagement with the community-based organizations and strategic partners, administration received positive feedback about the proposed combined application process, including aligning the application deadline. Administration is requesting City Council's approval on the revisions to the policy to establish the yearly application deadlines, the application form and process, and revisions to the Community Investment Grants Program, stream objectives, formerly priorities, to support this work. Feedback was received throughout the engagement process and revisions were made as presented in Appendix C, Funding Stream Objectives. Finally, we are also providing an update on a motion from December 2023 to reduce redundancies and improve processes within the grant funding programs. This update is included as Appendix D, CM 23-33-3 motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask someone move the report? Mayor Masters.
Thank you
Please
very
go
much.
ahead.
Through the chair, thank you very much. I don't have issues with the request. I'm curious how someone like Mobile Crisis, for example, who just presented as a delegation, how when we've had long-term contracts with them, but they haven't historically applied for tax exemptions, how we define them. So they're a new applicant as it relates to the tax exemption, but Stream 1 was long-term partners, and so how do we, to Councillor LeBlanc's point, circle that square that circle?
Through the chair, so the policy currently defines them as receiving a property tax exemption for 10 years or more. You may remember last year we had some organizations who didn't necessarily meet that requirement, and there was an amendment from council to move them to stream 2. And so that's the only precedent that we have for that situation, is just an amendment by council on the floor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I approve the report as well. I like the fact that it's aligning both the community investment grant. I like that as well. But I do have a question. Have we ever had any requests from Souls Harbor? Through the chair.
Through the chair, we have not had an application from Souls Harbor.
So there's been nothing come through the mayor's office or from council or any at all requests, or from them themselves?
Through the chair, not to my knowledge. And as I understand it, it might be related to the financial need of the organization.
Yeah, 100% their shelter, through the chair. And it was a discussion that I had that they were interested, and I thought there was going to be some work done there. So, okay, so then if they were interested in applying, then how do they do that? Through the chair, and what's the process?
Through the chair, so the application process is online, but we can reach out to them. The deadline, if this report is approved, we'll be doing the applications in early 2025 this year. So.
Okay. Yeah, I would ask, if I could ask that would be great. So I have great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to bridge the policy with budget. In the community well-being stream, for instance, are we really constrained by the money? Is there, I imagine there's an abundance of applicants. Would we be able to fund more if we had additional money in there, or we're actually not seeing as many applicants as we anticipated?
Through the chair, related to this year, we're not asking for a budget increase. That flags that we had enough funding to fund the applicants that applied, that were eligible. I think the more we talk about the policy, the likeliness of having more applicants come forward is likely. And, you know, in the past, we've made those decisions as those applications come forward.
Okay. If I could ask, what would trigger a request through the budgeting process from administration to increase the dollar value of that stream?
Through the chair, I just want to be clear, we're talking about the property tax exemptions funding specifically?
I'd say either or, whatever you feel comfortable, because it's in this report. So what would prompt you to ask for more money in that community well-being stream through the budgeting process?
Through the...
Mr. Schisler, please.
It's a bit speculative, but I think that's the nature of the question to the chair. I'd say if we were to pre-budget for things as opposed to looking at the applications that come in and ask to go over, I mean, I think traditionally whether we were able to clearly foresee a need, but more likely would be we're just continually getting more applications and we're always asking for more, then that would probably necessitate a good look and say, should we be just budgeting more accurately in the future, or should we ask each year?
Okay.
I can't think of another scenario, Councillor.
Okay, let me ask it a different way. And because these policies actually intertwine, let's say I wanted to have an inflation indexing for all of the streams. And if we don't change the policy, would you suggest that we'll actually just leave money on the table because if there won't be the applicants coming forward to take it?
Through the chair, I was with you until the last part, so can you, so.
Would the money be left on the table? So if we index it to inflation, for instance,
I see.
and every year it went up,
Yeah.
with the current policy, would we just leave money on the table because there wouldn't be enough eligible applicants?
It's hard to say. I mean, it's hard to say, and again, if we, I mean, I think you'd be sort of constantly sort of back testing it. If something like that was put forward and approved it, we did it, and we found we were always leaving money on the table, we might adjust or look at source of funds. But it would be hard to tell, because you've got more than one variable here. You'd have, in that scenario, maybe some increased funding, maybe increased awareness, bringing together an easier application and one application for both. I mean, that should increase attention and awareness.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further, oh, Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Wong. I just want some clarification. For these tax exemptions, does the nonprofit organization have to own the building, or can they lease or rent? I thought it was only for ownership through the chair. Some clarification on that.
Through the chair, no, the policy was revised a few years ago to allow for applicants that lease to apply. They just require an agreement with the property owner that the benefit will be passed on directly to the tenant.
Okay, so lease, what happens if they're just renting it like a month to month? Does that?
Through the chair, we would just need a formal agreement from the property owner.
Okay, so just a lease agreement or a tenant agreement saying that they're renting it for this much amount of money? Through the chair?
Through the chair, the agreement is more specifically saying that the benefit of the tax exemption will be passed directly to that tenant, so that the property owner is not benefiting from the tax exemption, the tenant is.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. I have no more further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess first I'd like to say that I think this is excellent work, and my recollection is in previous years there was difficult decisions in terms of how to, could we give everyone what they requested? Do we need to prorate it? What I see here is many folks getting what they requested, and some creative work by administration to, oh, can we put Globe in a different funding stream? I think that's great. It makes it easy to support. I did want to ask, there was 2 properties not recommended, and so they were recommended to deny their request. So because those folks aren't here today, can I assume that when administration reached out to those folks, they understood why their applications are going to be recommended for denial? Is that accurate, through the chair?
Through the chair, I'd say we've made the same assumption. We did explain the results of the adjudication committee's decisions to them, and they're not here to say differently. In the case of All Nations, they very clearly didn't acquire the property, so that was not really a debate there. So they had applied on speculation that they were going to be acquiring some properties. There was one property that they didn't acquire. There's other properties that they own that we are recommending.
Right, so that's what happened there. They were potentially acquiring a property and it didn't happen. Right. So very black and white.
Right.
Yeah. And then with New Dance Horizons, I think it was that they are not unique, like in terms of, like underneath the policy provisions.
Through the chair, yes, that's the reasoning. In the cultural space, we require applicants to be offering a unique service and kind of a purpose-built facility. Those are the requirements.
Right, and so because there's other entities offering dance classes, is that essentially?
Through the chair, I'd say, yeah, that's a very brief summary, but yes, that was,
yeah.
I think, the debate that happened around the adjudication table.
And are they a first-time applicant, the New Dance Horizons?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, would you like to close debate? Please.
Thank you, through you. In terms of the Community Investment Grants Program engagement, Mr. Slater, did you lead that? Who led the engagement? Hi.
Sorry, just one moment. Please, go ahead.
Can you speak a little bit in terms of, aside from essentially the folks that apply for both programs, the common application form, reduced number of questions, common deadline will have a positive impact. you have any other takeaways or recommendations aside from funding? I think we're aware that, to Councillor Stevens' point, that indexing, when you flatline these things for years, isn't necessarily helpful. But was there any other information that came out of it?
Through the chair, actually, the response through engagement was overwhelmingly positive. Other than the concerns about funding levels, the engagement went quite smoothly. So there's really nothing more that I would add to the discussion other than the fact that everybody, both administration and the groups that were engaged, were receptive to aligning the intake and application deadlines. And then the only negative takeaway was, the future state don't change the funding levels or don't put a cap. That was really the only negative that came out of the engagement.
Okay, thank you for that. There was a strong shared interest in modernizing the process using grant management software. Is that our software?
Well, currently we do not have a software, but through engagement and some of the interjurisdictional research, there was an indication that other jurisdictions use a grant management software. So there is a business case or an idea that's been submitted through the 2025 budget process.
Thank you. Whose department does that come through?
Currently, right now, there's a combination of 4 departments, but I mean, it is landing and residing in IT currently.
Okay, okay. All right. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 11-0.
Great. And I just want to say thank you to the students for coming. And actually, the next report is going to be really interesting, and you're going to miss it. So thank you. Okay, we will now consider item EX 24-90, tax title sales. Can I have Deputy City Manager Ted Schisler, please introduce the report? Tax would be an awesome nickname for you.
Yes, I have to reject that one, but thank you anyway, Mr. Chair. The City of Regina recently acquired 21 properties via the Tax Enforcement Act and placed 7 of them up for sale by tender bid as per the requirements of the Act. We have entered into conditional sales agreements with 5 of the properties as outlined in the report. The 2 remaining properties did not receive bids sufficient to cover the amount of all outstanding arrears of taxes, penalties, and cost-adequate offers, and administration is seeking approval to continue advertising these properties. When considering the sale of city-owned tax title property, standard procedure for administration is to ensure that the property is being sold at fair market value and that the amount received is greater than the outstanding arrears of taxes, penalties, and costs. Delegated authority is granted to the city manager to approve sales that meet these requirements. For those properties where no sufficient bids have been received, the Act requires City Council approval in determining how to proceed. Administration is recommending approval of the sales as outlined and re-advertising of the properties that did not receive adequate offers on the terms and conditions described in this report. And I have colleagues here again to answer any questions.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Stadnichuk, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I know that, because it was explained in the discussion of the last report as well, that the city tries to recover the costs of the property taxes owing the arrears and anything in terms of the upgrading the property for sale. Do we also get to cover any of the administrative costs? Because there must be a lot of administrative costs involved in time in dealing with all of these properties.
Through the chair, so you're talking about things like perhaps Mr. Jedlick's time and
yes,
staff time and all that. I'm going to just say, Mr. Chair, I'm going to direct most of these questions through Mr. Jedlick on this particular report. Him and his colleague are the experts on this one, so I'll ask Mr. Jedlick to reply.
Please, Mr. Jedlick.
Through the chair, the answer is no on administrative time, but we can recover maintenance of property and costs associated with advertising.
And through the chair, is that principally because that is what the legislation allows for the city to do?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. In terms of some of the properties that are vacant lots, there's quite a few actually, aren't there? Are there any risks of them, like if there's a bid that wasn't accepted, is there any risk of leaving those vacant lots vacant? Or are there any kind of risks to the city through the chair?
Through the chair, certainly whenever we have a vacant lot, we do have maintenance costs associated with it. So in the summertime, it's mowing and debris cleanup. So just ensuring that they're maintained in a state that would be expected of any vacant lot in the city. And then in the winter time, of course, there's snow removal on the sidewalk. We do in certain areas, if there's someone that may elect to start camping on the lot, we do then have security charges in terms of moving people along. So those are the sorts of costs we incur.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the amendment that's recommended in point 10, I wanted to ask for a little bit more of an explanation of what that amendment is and what the administration is recommending through the chair.
Through the chair, that is to simply clarify that authority would be delegated to the city manager to choose to retain properties that may have a strategic value to the city, and in such an instance, the North Central Land Bank, that would be a good example of this. As Ms. Mills explained in a previous report, that process is still being clarified as to how to do that. There are legislative requirements that we have to follow. The easiest scenario is in a situation where we advertise the property and all the bids received do not satisfy the costs that we have into the property. At that point, legislatively, all other charges on the property from other people that have an interest in the property are sort of removed from title, and the city can then retain the property, without any obligations to any other parties.
Okay. That's all I have for questions. Thank you.
Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I see that the numbered company 102084236 Saskatchewan Limited, they purchased the Cooper Crescent, Connaught, and Lakon. Can I ask, who is that? Who owns that company? Through the chair.
Who owns that one?
Through the chair, I may ask Ms. Heggie to respond.
Through the chair, the owner of that company is Mitch Jones.
Mitch Jones?
Yeah, that's really all the information that I have.
Okay, thank you. And so when would have these gone out to advertisement? Through the chair.
Mr. Jedlick.
Through the chair, I believe these were advertised starting June 29th, and they would have been advertised for 3 weeks.
For 3 weeks. And how were they advertised, through the chair?
Through the chair, they're advertised in both the Leader Post as well as on the city's website.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. I apologize if it's in the report. What's the definition of fair market value?
Mr. Jedlick.
Through the chair, I'll start, and perhaps Ms. Heggie will add something to this, but generally if we advertise something for sale in a public fashion and we receive, bids on it, we will look at comparable properties in the area that are sort of similar conditions to assess, previous trades, and that's sort of our best way of assessing what fair market value is.
I have nothing further to add.
Thanks very much. Is it normal that we bring these properties that council approves as you have them itemized and listed? Is that normal? I'm not sure why I'm blanking on having done this before.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Through the chair, just because there was so many that have been coming down, we actually just went through all of our processes and kind of updated how we're going to do it. That's why we're here, because we want to ask for further approval to not be before you guys, to approve some of the ones like the idea of going forward with reselling a property that we didn't even get a bid on. So that's why we're actually here today, and we just put everything in the report as kind of a open and transparent. This is what we've done with these ones so far.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Actually, it's really great information. And the ask that you have for the change in the process, which is on page 6 and 7, is delegating authority to the city manager or designate to choose to retain title after giving any required notice and otherwise complying, and where the lands are offered for sale, that you want to, as long as it's not worth $100,000 or a bill isn't more than $100,000, you just want the ability to go do what you do.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, can I ask a question, since you've given us the information, and I understand why you don't give us the information, because we ask questions. But pick number 2, the city entering into a land sale agreement for tax title property at 1729 Connaught. How long have we owned that property?
Just 1 second and I can get that.
And what I'm getting at is, are these long-term tax title properties or stuff that we've gone in and just recently taken over, or are we just cleaning up what's been outstanding? Kind of trying to get a sense of this.
Through the chair, the process would be that as we receive titles, that the obligation on the city is to advertise them for sale within 1 year. And so of the 21 properties that we received in the past year, there were actually 2 that arrived too late to get into this process, and we'll re-advertise, or we'll bring them through this process again. So I think the desire is to always try to return these to private ownership so that they can be placed into development and put back on the tax roll.
Excellent. Is there any requirement to report into council the tax title sales in any given year?
Through the chair, no, I don't believe there's any requirement.
And just a final question. We are never asked by any organization for city-owned land to rezone it or do anything to the lot itself as a condition of the sale?
Through the chair, we actually don't allow conditions on these particular sales. It's an as-is sale.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichuk, would you like to close debate? Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 11-0.
Thank you. We will now consider item EX 2491, Out Edge Media Billboard Lease. Can I have Deputy City Manager Ted Schisler please introduce the report?
Thank you, Chair. There we go. Thank you, Chair. The City of Regina has existing lease agreements with Out Edge Media Canada LP for 3 billboards located at 1201 East Rost Avenue, 4673 Albert Street, A-4258 Albert Street, that expire on December 31st, 2024. OutEdge has indicated that they would like to renew the leases. The proposed leases are for 5 years, with an additional option to renew for another 5 years. The proposed rates are the standard rate for billboards. This is a direct lease that has not been made available publicly, thereby requiring City Council approval. The administration is recommending approval of the proposed lease, and same team is here to answer any questions on this one, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fundura, please go ahead.
So on these, when the question was, or the answer, or the comment was that because it's the company that we deal with, it doesn't go to, it has to come here, and then no complaints coming to us after that. Am I correct? I mean, meaning is that we're not putting it an open bid to, for someone else, other companies to come in.
Through the chair, yes, that's what we're recommending, and that's why it is coming here.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Sorry, thank you, through the chair. I apologize, John, I didn't hear the question. Did you ask why we weren't public offering this? Did you ask that? Sorry, I apologize.
I believe I did. That's it. Because if we don't, then if someone comes in and complains at the company saying that, but we have a contract with this company, correct? That was the answer. Yes, we do have a contract with this company, correct?
But it's up for renewal, correct?
Through the chair, both of those things are correct, but Mr. Jedlick wants to hop in here.
Mr.
Sorry, I'll ask Mr. Jedlick to respond, and then Mayor Masters will have the floor.
Through the chair, the unique component of these leases is that the sign itself was constructed and installed by OutEdge. The lease is up for renewal. If the city elected to not renew it, then the leasee would go in and remove the sign from the property. And so in this situation, we're recommending to renew the lease at a new market lease rate with an escalating rate increase.
Have we ever received any complaints about single sourcing?
I'll ask Ms. Heggie to respond.
Ms. Heggie, please go ahead.
Through the chair, no, we've never received any complaints like that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you. How do you tell what the market lease rate for a billboard is? Can you describe this market a bit? How robust is it? How is it determined?
Through the chair, we actually, a few years ago, we went and we talked to several different jurisdictions about how much they charge for theirs, and based on the size of the center and Regina, and we came up with a rate that we negotiated with them that they agreed to. And then since then, there's been a 3% annual increase since.
And through the chair, I'll add that the agreement is 25% of gross revenue on the sign with a floor, so that we have a minimum that's established as a rental rate. The previous minimum was $22.50 per sign, and that's been increased to $3,700 per sign. So we're guaranteed $3,700 unless the 25% of gross revenue exceeds that.
And just one follow-up, how does this compare with the other lease rates that we have with other companies with billboards in the city?
Through the chair, my understanding is that these three signs are the last ones to get updated to what has been established as the new norm for the city.
How often do you review this?
I'll ask Ms. Heggie.
Through the chair, we actually are part of an intermunicipal group that we all regularly update our current lease rates to make sure that we're all kind of on the same page for our markets.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura, would you like to close debate? No, thank you. I'll ask the clerks to call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion is passed 11-0.
Thank you. We will now consider item EX 2492, St. Mark James Training and Supplies Limited. Can I have Deputy City Manager Ted Schisler please introduce the report?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. The City of Regina recently purchased 3426 Saskatchewan Drive, which included multiple lease agreements. The existing lease agreement for St. Mark James Training and Supplies Limited is set to expire on October 31st, 2024. St. Mark would like to continue to use the property and renew the lease. The proposed lease is for 1 year with 4 options to renew for 1 year each to a maximum of 5 years. This is a direct lease that has not been made available publicly, thereby requiring City Council approval. Administration is recommending approval of the proposed lease. And again, the same team is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Can I please have a member move this report? Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Got nothing.
Great. Anyone else? Councillor Stevens, any close? No. Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0, with all members present voting in favor. Councillor Mancinelli having temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Thank you. Just one moment.
Yeah, I don't know if it would matter. Like, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, but.
Thank you. We'll turn to delegations on EX 2493. I would like to call upon Delegation Alan Simpson. Mr. Simpson, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you live. You'll have a tight 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you may have the opportunity to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Al Simpson. I'm from the City of Regina. I represent both the Regina Red Sox and Living Sky Sports and Entertainment, so you can think of us as one and the same. I don't have a presentation. It was just suggested to me by administration that I make myself available if there are any questions with regards to the recommendation that administration is making with respect to a long-term lease. I would say, though, somewhat off the topic, on behalf of the Red Sox and myself and LSSE, your term's coming to the end, and thank you for taking the time to lend yourselves and your time to public service in our community. I think democracy only works to the extent that we all participate, and that participation requires people putting in their time to serve. So thanks for participating, and it's appreciated.
Thank you for those words, Mr. Simpson. Any questions? Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Al, for being here. So, long-term lease of Curry Field, which you have been part of for many years. So your thoughts on this, you're obviously okay, and what would be the next step? So if there's been talk of going into the Taylor Field lands, what would happen in that case through the chair, from your perspective?
Sure. So the long-term lease is, I think, as I mentioned last time I was here, kind of a plan B in the event that we can't get a new stadium built at either the Taylor Field site or the rail yards. And I think that's just a prudent way to go, is to have a plan B in case plan A, at least from the Red Sox perspective, doesn't happen. And so yes, we're very, very satisfied with what we've negotiated with administration to date, which isn't actually a long-term lease, but I don't think that was the direction that council gave to administration. If I'm understanding things correctly, I think council said, go away and come back with the key indicative terms, or the most important aspects of this lease. And so we've negotiated that, and we're satisfied that we're on the right track.
Okay, thank you. And just last question, when you were here last, you had talked about some of the things that need to be done there at this location. By having this in place, do you think that's going to enhance now to be able to move forward to get some of the stuff done?
I think the way that we've written the indicative terms will allow capital investment at the Curryfield site. One of the key aspects of the capital investment in the Curryfield site and in the long-term lease was that administration and ourselves have agreed that the investment that we make in Curryfield in terms of capital will be reimbursed on a depreciated value basis in the event that a new stadium was built. So to put more simply, if we put in $10 million into Curryfield over the next 3 years, say, and in year 4 a stadium is built, we will get recognition on a depreciated value basis of that investment. It will stay as a city-owned property, but at least no one's going to come and say, oh, the Red Sox and LSSE didn't put nothing into this new stadium, so we're taking on the risk at Curry. We'll take a depreciated value with the understanding that the community understand that that depreciated value is being transferred to the new facility, which I think is fair.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Simpson, when you were here on July 17th, you discussed this plan, but another plan, and that's the possibility of a permanent new home for the Red Sox. As part of that, there was a provision that the administration of Living Sky Sports Entertainment and the Red Sox engaged DCG Philanthropic to explore the possibility of philanthropic contributions, which if they were there would trigger a city involvement, and as you've just mentioned, possibly your involvement as well. Can you update us on where you are with all of that?
Yes. As of about, I guess, 15 minutes ago, we were still negotiating that agreement. I can tell you that all of the sort of aspects of an agreement between the city, Living Sky Sports, the Red Sox, and DCG have been resolved, and so I anticipate that we'll be getting, we'll be signing the agreement with DCG and getting that underway very, very quickly.
Great. Any idea of when DCG would be able to report on this?
I haven't been in communication with them recently. Last I spoke to them, they were about 4 to 6 weeks away had we signed this in early August. So I would anticipate probably much the same. They'll get to our file in that period of time, and then we will do our work.
Great. Thank you very much. This is good news.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. I had some questions that I was going to ask administration, but I think I'd like to hear from you first. And one is, looking at the agreement, your team would be responsible for doing bookings for other leagues, community groups. What's your capacity to do that kind of administrative work? Is that onerous or not at all?
Well, I think, it's something, we will have to add a body for sure to be able to handle that administrative duty. I mean, there's 583 programming hours out at Curryfield. The Red Sox take up 110 of that, so probably a little less than 20%. So yeah, there's an administrative burden and risk that comes with the Red Sox taking on the management of that field. But with that, looking at it from a very entrepreneurial standpoint, there's opportunity too to upgrade the facility and get even more usage out of it. So I think we're capable, but we have to take on at least another full-time equivalent in our organization to be able to handle that, and the overall management of the maintenance of the facility.
Right. And on that, through the chair, the I know that the washrooms are on a septic tank there. Is that going to be something, is that going to be something that you or the city are gonna, I was gonna ask administration this, but who's going to address that?
Yeah, well, we would love for the city to address that. However, in the term sheet that we've negotiated, the upgrading of the washrooms will be the responsibility of the Red Sox and Living Sky Sports and Entertainment.
Okay. And I guess lastly, what was the other question I was going to ask? If there's, what happens if there's any disputes in the future, like when you're working with community groups and you're allocating hours for play at the field, or even, pricing? Maybe this is a question more for administration. I was just going to wonder, like, how any disputes, future disputes might be resolved. Is that part of the agreement? I'm not sure if I noticed that.
I mean, I think I can take a shot at it, and administration can chime in. So as I explained to Councilor Bresciani, what we've got to now is negotiating what we describe as an indicative term sheet. So that's not a complete 50, 60, 70-page lease. That's about 8 pages that just lists the key terms and conditions. One of the key terms and conditions speaks to what you just described, which is how do we resolve our disputes. Okay. I believe we've agreed to put a clause into the long-term lease that addresses that. But at this point, we've both acknowledged that it's important and that we will, first of all, try and resolve the dispute by having a representative of the Red Sox and LSSE meet with city administration to resolve it. If that can't be resolved in 10 days, then we'll go to some kind of mediation, hopefully not arbitration. But we've got our eye on that ball, understanding that we need a mechanism to resolve disputes if they do arise. With regards to programming, so we're taking on the risk of the operational risk of that facility, for which we use less than 20%. So as I said to administration, it's in our best economic interests to make sure that the other 80% of the users are very satisfied and continue to use that facility, because that's a revenue stream to us. And so those dollars will be critically important. And so we need to have, for lack of a better term, very happy customers. So yes, we want Martin Academy to continue and in fact expand what they do out there. We want the Fort Qu'Appelle Men's Baseball League to expand what they do out there. We want Regina Baseball to expand what they do out there. We, after hopefully doing renovations, attract regional events to our city where we, the Red Sox, can charge for those services. So it's in our best economic interest to service all the users that would like to be out there.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can I have a few questions here to ask you? So, and I'm not sure if you can answer them, Al. Do you have any idea how much initial money you'll have to be putting into the into Curry Field, say before the next term or before the next year? And if you don't have a price number, that's fine. I was just wondering if you guys have kind of something settled that, okay, you need to invest $300,000 in the first year or whichever, through the chair. So
that's very, very difficult to get to right now, Councillor Nelson. Only because, and I'm not trying to be evasive, only because right now we are still, as you may have seen in the report, we've got a basic outline of the footprint that we're going to be leasing. And before we can begin to get an idea of exactly how many seats we're going to put in and where the concessions are going to go and how parking is going to work, we need to finalize that. So, because your footprint will determine what goes where and at what size. So we're a ways away. I would say, though, to bring that park up to the contemporary standards of our Alberta competitors in Saskatoon is probably $5 million. And that would probably be spent over the course of 3 or 4 seasons, because we don't want to disrupt the user groups by shutting that down for a period of, 12 to 18 months. Regina only has 2 baseball fields with lights, so it's pretty important that that thing operates.
And yes, I appreciate that. Just because I've been getting lots of questions from people in my ward, and Curryfield is in my ward, so just an information for me to get back to people. They're pretty excited about this going through. So one other thing. So the way Curryfield is now, do you feel from your first initial kind of business case that there's room for improvement even as early as next year as to user groups or extra generation of or extra income being generated through a different type of maybe scheduling process that you guys have looked into, or allocating the time and so on and so forth? Just wondering if a new set of eyes is giving it a little bit different of a perspective of how many more user groups, or is there more time in user groups that could be allowed in this at Curryfield to care?
Not sure about more user groups at this point in time. I can say that in terms of beginning upgrades, very, very unlikely that any will be undertaken in 2025. The first upgrades will likely occur in 2026, just because given where we're at, we still have to dot the I's and cross the T's on an actual long-term lease. Then we have to get engineering done to look at the footprint. We have to figure out our stands, our concessions, our parking, our dressing rooms, bullpens, upgrading the field of play, the screens. So we're a ways away.
Okay, and like I said, this is just information that I've been asked. I just once more, I'm going to ask you, probably for the last time, because I don't think I'll get another chance. Is the Red Sox a professional team, through the chair?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, and I hope that will continue in the years to come, that everybody knows that. Thank you very much, Al. I appreciate all the work that you've been doing, and we're looking forward to a little bit better of a stadium up there in Curryfield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Mr. Simpson, I think most of my questions have been asked. However, would it be fair to say that you would like some understanding of the DCG and the viability of a brand new field before $5 million is invested at Curry?
Yes, that would be very fair statements, though what we've put in place right now, if approved today, if the recommendation is approved, does allow us being Living Sky and the Red Sox, to begin to plan for the capital investment at Curry immediately.
Okay, thank you for that. My question about dispute resolution was asked by Councillor, which is fantastic. There is, that digital billboard is factored into this lease. Would that be something that is transportable if there's a new stadium built? Or would you leave it behind?
I think we would leave it behind. The idea behind the billboard out on Ring Road, given that, the visibility from Ring Road, there's a lot of traffic, but visibility is not great. So it's to put up the billboard, it's to generate revenue, and in addition, it's to try and entice someone to pay us a little bit more for naming rights, so that we can cover some of the capital cost.
All right. And then what's not clear, I understand there'll be reimbursement or whatever within this, but your concession, you can have when the existing contract expires as of November 2026, I believe. Are the dressing room and investments in concession, in your understanding, included in leasehold improvements? Not so much the dressing rooms. That still needs to be ironed out. Let me talk with concessions. That's our responsibility. We're prepared to take on dressing rooms, but as I understand it, and maybe administration can be a little bit more direct than I can, there is capital right now available to build new dressing rooms
at the Curryfield footprint that we're currently on, let's say Mount Pleasant, that the Red Sox could share with speed skating and others that might work for us, and so therefore we wouldn't be putting money or capital into dressing rooms if that occurs. What we have agreed to in the term sheet is that if the city does put up dressing rooms and we need those dressing rooms to come up to a higher standard than what the city capital allows, then we will top that up to get what we need.
Excellent. Thank
Is
you
that
very much.
accurate?
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I understand that we're agreeing on the key terms, and then the final, then the final details will be ironed out with administration if we approve these key terms. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would say we've got 99% of the key indicative terms done. And then generally, as you would likely be aware, but I'll say it anyway, you know, a long-term lease like this goes from an indicative term sheet of 8 pages to probably 50, and there's a lot of legalese and boilerplate and standard terms and conditions that we have not addressed, but it's because it's what I would refer to as being boilerplate stuff that both parties will need to protect their interests, and we will get to in due course.
Okay, thank you. And so it is my understanding, or the report says, that the city will reimburse for the depreciated value only of improvements that support grassroots participation in baseball. So have those all been already, like, do you folks already have agreement on what qualifies as that or not? Or is that something that will be discussed in advance and there will be clarity? Yes, we will reimburse. No, we won't. How will that process work?
So we have acknowledged in the indicative term sheet exactly what you described, that there will be capital items that the Red Sox will need that might not be necessary for grassroots baseball. Those will not be reimbursable. We haven't outlined all of them.
Right.
We have taken a stab in the term sheet at outlining a partial list of capital improvements that will be eligible for a depreciated value if and when a new stadium is built. But it's not exhaustive, nor can it be right now. But to your point, what you've described would be accurate.
That if something new comes up, there'll be a conversation prior to make sure that everybody's on the same page about what will be reimbursed or
Well,
not.
it's going to be brought up by us because we're sure as heck going to want to know if we're getting reimbursed or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions. I'll ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
We will now consider item EX 2493, long-term lease of Curry Field to Regina Red Sox. Can I have Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden please introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. At its July 17th, 2024 meeting, through motion 24-11, City Council directed administration to enter into a long-term lease agreement between the City of Regina and the Regina Red Sox Baseball Club Incorporated for Curry Field. The purpose of this report is for administration to obtain City Council approvals and delegated authorities that it needs to negotiate and enter into this lease agreement with the Red Sox for continued operation, maintenance, and refurbishment of Curry Field. And Mr. May can answer any and all questions you may have.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Just in regards to the speaking with Mr. Simpson, so moving forward with this lease, hearing of some of the things that need to be done out at Curry Field, that will kind of be worked out, as he indicated, as this moves through, or how does that process going to work through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct. As we get into drafting the final form of the lease, we'll have a list as best we can of here's what we would reimburse for, and here's what's going to be outside the scope of that.
Thank you. Really not too much to add. I just want to say I do support this. I think that we know the Red Sox, and I think the partnership with Mr. Simpson is a really good, again, it kind of creates that partnership for our city that we're looking for. And I think it's in the agreement, as I think I heard, and I'll maybe just confirm with administration. If it does move forward, there's a plan to look at another location, if it be at Taylor Field or the Yards, then this contract or this renewal then how would that look? Is there a clause in there through the chair?
Through the chair, one of the key terms and conditions that's in the appendix to the report deals with council's direction from the motion that Deputy City Manager Bryden referred to, which is to say that if enough philanthropic support is found in the community by the Red Sox and DCG and a new stadium is built, that there will be a clause in the long-term lease for Curry Field that allows us to reimburse or give credit to the Red Sox for the depreciated value of the investments they've made in the facility.
Perfect, great. Yeah, again, support this. I think we'll see some of the amenities there that kind of, things that need to get done to help with the infrastructure there. So again, I think this is a good news story for Regina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. The long-term lease component seems fair and principled. I know there's a bit of a precedent for it, so maybe at the high level, can you compare this arrangement versus how we manage Libel Field?
Through the chair, I think ultimately the two arrangements will be very similar. We don't have a lease with Regina Minor Football at the present moment, but we are contemplating that once they have finished paying off the bank loan on their headquarters building, that they will donate that to the city, and then we'll enter into a long-term operating and maintenance agreement where Regina Minor Football would take on really all of the sort of day-to-day duties for Libel Field, and it'd be very similar in nature.
Thank you. Through the chair, just make sure I'm reading the report correctly. So we currently spend roughly $71,000 maintaining Curry Field. We are proposing to provide an operating grant of $110,000, which is in excess of what we're currently spending, but we're going to recuperate some of the money by way of property taxes. So negotiated agreement here suggests it's a good deal. Can you maybe clarify that a little bit more?
Yes, through the chair, that is correct. We also recognize that the Red Sox will be responsible for making capital improvements to the facility over time, so that's a cost that would be avoided by the city. So in the wash at the end of the agreement, we should be at least neutral.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just a couple of the moving parts with if there's another field built. Taylor Fields and the Yards are kind of caveats as to how you would trigger that obligation. Is it a matter of if they wish to move, or if we require them to move to another stadium that we build?
Through the chair, administration's understanding of the motion from July is that if the funding is found to support a new facility, that either of those sites is an option, so there will have to be work done at that time to determine which is the most appropriate site.
Okay, thank you. This is the component I see as a bit of a poison pill, and that's the insertion of the Yards of the Taylor Field land in there. What I'm hearing this meeting and earlier is that this creates a lot of uncertainty as to how we develop those sites, which we've kind of already discussed. I'll maybe be very pointed about this one, but to what extent is a baseball field as we imagine it compatible or not with our existing Yards concept plan, which has already been approved and advanced by council?
Who would take that? I'll ask Mr. Jetley.
Through the chair.
Oh, pardon me.
Through the chair, I would say that based on those administration is following the direction from the motion, which made it pretty clear that those were the two options. So we would have to do the work once the determination is made that there's enough support, and then come back and say, this is what makes sense based on what you've said. Do we stick with the concept plan in place, or do we do something different?
This actually might be a question for legal. That concept plan, and for anybody else, but that concept plan is a binding document of council. It's submitted, my understanding, to the provincial government through those proper channels. So we could feasibly be agreeing to a lease agreement that's in violation of a concept plan that has received ministerial approval, and we would actually trigger an upset of a previous council decision by this lease. Totally out of it, or is there some truth to that?
Through the chair, I think there is potentially some risk there depending on, I mean, I don't have the lease in front of me right now. I think there's potentially some risk there that we would have to dig into a little bit further to give you a solid answer on. But yeah, I mean, I definitely think if something's gone through and been approved, there may be some potential risk. But without having those documents in front of me and looking a little bit deeper, I can't give you a fulsome answer on that.
Through the chair, I mean no offense by this, but if you're not certain about it, that tells me planning has not been at the table and that you're negotiating a lease agreement that could feasibly be in violation of a council directive. And no offense at all, but it means that planning has not been party to this conversation. Yes or no?
So through the chair, to your point, Councillor, the report before you and the lease we're negotiating is not, does not contain provisions in it, the direction to explore other options should a new baseball stadium be built was part of the council's motion. So administration is following the direction of council to insert in the lease agreement provisions for either repaying or giving credit to the Red Sox for capital investments they've made at the park should they go to a new facility that's built between the two of us. That's what the lease agreement will say. The effects of that decision or the direction from the motion are not part of that lease.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask it a different way because it's actually upsetting how we're envisioning the use of our land. Maybe someone spoke out of turn, but what I heard earlier, and I've been hearing it consistently, is this is actually stalling or upsetting proposals and ideas for the Taylor Field site. True or false?
Who would like to take
Mr.
that?
Jedlick is online.
Mr. Jedlick, please go ahead.
Through the chair, the potential construction of a ball stadium on the Taylor Field land certainly does impact our ability to move forward with development of that site. You know, the ball stadium would certainly be considered an anchor and would change, you know, the actual configuration of residual land that would be available for residential or commercial development. And so it is something that we're working on right now to see how that stadium would be sited with the lands that are available in that area, and then also understanding what residual lands would remain after a ball diamond is put in place. And I think what it doesn't necessarily stall is our ability to engage with community and seek community advice as to what sort of uses they would like to see on that land, which is something that we'll be undertaking here in the next couple of months.
Thank you. I guess through the chair, it seems like this is kind of a backdoor planning process. And I don't fault administration. This is a council directive, so we get to do what we wish. From a Catalyst perspective, which received a lot of criticism, but nonetheless, I think it's a document and we approved it. I'm seeing a variety of inconsistencies. So you're allowing this last motion to upset multiple motions. So for instance, this was rejected outright as part of the Catalyst committee as a central project, And the very notion of a catalyst project is that it brings about different forms of development on strategic areas of the city, like the yards and Taylor Field. Instead, what we're doing is we're just building stuff with no interest in catalyzing it because it's taken up all the space. So how is this compatible with what we've agreed to as a council for those lands that were thought about as part of catalyst initiatives?
Who would like that softball? Ms.
No, that's a
Anderson.
hardball one.
Through the chair, I think the only thing I'll remind council of is when we had the initial discussion about the motion, administration had suggested taking the location out of that motion because really, I think what council was most interested in, and I was perhaps wrong in my assumption, was that council wanted to know if there was opportunity to get funding elsewhere for that stadium, but then tied into the motion was those locations, with the reason given that the Catalyst report had clearly identified those areas. And so that was why, in my recollection, council decided to keep the locations in that motion.
Thank you. So just so I can provide clarity to the organization as before us, I would be in support of principles of the lease agreement as Mr. Simpson had initially proposed, which was the long-term lease, fair, there's an operating grant. I think that's pretty sound. I cannot accept the second component, which forces a planning decision that actually upsets a number of decisions that we've already made. So if I vote no, it's really for that section. And the fact that there couldn't be an immediate answer to what this would do to other planning initiatives tells me that's a red flag. So I just want to be clear with how I'm going with this.
Thank you. We are at a legislated break, so we will break until 1:03 p.m. And then Councillor Hawkins, you'll be up next. Thank you. you. I'll call the meeting back to order. Councillor Hawkins, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to begin by thanking the administration and the Red Sox for negotiating the long-term lease and providing terms which exactly correspond with the recommendation made to the administration with respect to this. I think it's a real accomplishment and a very strong agreement. I secondly want to briefly address the poison pill argument, the risk argument. I want to say categorically there is no poison pill in this. If you look at the resolution that Council adopted on July 17th, it contains a clause 4. And the clause 4 deals with the possibility that a proposal will come forward with financing for a new baseball facility on either the Yards or Taylor Field. Clause 4 then goes on to say that the city council commit to the full and financial considerations set out above in point 3 shall be subject to and conditional on the city of Regina in its absolute and sole discretion being satisfied with the baseball stadium project design, location, etc. So nothing happens if a proposal comes forward which the city is not satisfied with the location. The city may be satisfied because it feels whatever is proposed does conform with whatever else is proposed for the Yards or the railway, the Yards or the Taylor Field, or the city may say there is a tension here, we will resolve it by changing our official city plan. But the city has to be satisfied. The point is there's no poison pill because the matter comes back for final consideration by the city in its absolute and sole discretion. This is a great agreement, great lease. It'll enable the Red Sox to go forward to improve Curry Field, and ultimately it opens the option that could be a new baseball field. And I might just add, there's enough land on the Yards and Taylor Field for both a housing and a baseball facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Pardon me. Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead.
Okay, so I want to ask a question related to this debate of relocating or a new ball stadium and this lease agreement. So in the key terms, it says specifically, if a new ball stadium is built at either Taylor Field or the Yards and the Regina Red Sox move into it, then this lease agreement will be terminated. What I wonder is if there is, I understand why those two locations are included in this lease agreement, and that was council directed. I also understand that there were some of us who have some concerns about those locations. I wonder if there's a way to just avoid naming specific locations and just say if a new stadium is built at a city-approved site or something like that, and if that would address some of the concerns that have been raised today, and not specifically name any site. Would that be a potential workaround through the chair? Don't know who that's to.
Through the chair, I think what you've suggested would work for administration and likely the Red Sox. My concern would be, does that work? And it's really a question for someone else. How does that, as long as it doesn't put us offside of the direction we received from the council motion in July, that would be the only caveat I would have there. That's why it was written the way it was, right, is to make sure that we were consistent with that direction. So administratively, I think it can work. My question is, does it work? Or we would need some guidance, I think, as to whether or not that poses a problem with the direction we've received.
Thank you. I'll hop in and just ask the city clerk to speak to this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The motion that council approved on the 17th of July was explicit in saying that shall acknowledge that a future relocation by the Red Sox to a potential new facility at Taylor Field or the yards. It's explicit. I'd respectfully suggest that council would need to engage in a reconsideration of that to change what is before us today.
Councillor Zahidniak, go ahead.
Can you, are there others with their light on and you can come back to me?
There is one other with their light on. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah, it's executive, yeah.
Great.
Perfect.
Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Jedlick's in the room? Excellent.
Yes.
I'd like to ask him some questions. Mr. Jedlick, you're doing some work on the yards right now. Do I have that correct?
Through the chair, yes, we are.
What's the work you're doing as it relates to the yards?
Through the chair, we're looking at site plans. I'll refer to it as a development site plan. I think technically there'll be concept plans which would show where municipal roadways would be located and how services would run through the site and what size of parcels would be available for use. The first thing as part of that, we're looking at the traffic impact assessment with council direction to look at an arena there. We want to ensure that that site can function properly with an arena located in there, and so that looks at how people would get into the site and exit the site, both in vehicles or with transit or across pedestrian pedways.
Why would you prioritize that particular traffic impact assessment?
Through the chair, I think it goes with just prioritizing development of the yards in the sense that there's been council direction to get that into production for, and I think a council desire and a community desire to see that get into production. And so with the decision to consider that as a site for the arena, I think first and foremost we have to understand how traffic would work in and out of that site.
And doing that work now actually either includes the possibility of a multiplex event center being located there or not?
Yes.
When do you expect to have that particular assessment done?
There was actually a meeting this morning that I wasn't able to attend that would have provided a timeline on that. So it's a lot of work has already been completed on the TIA as part of the DUNY improvements, and so I think we're really looking at an update, and the commitment that I believe I made earlier to the downtown committee was that we would have something back prior to June.
Of 2025?
Yes.
Okay, so we would know at that particular point in time, and you can continue on with the work prior to Dooney Avenue reconstruction being completed?
Correct.
Understood. Was there a recreational facility contemplated within the original concept plan? Because I seem to remember previous council and mayor talking about the potential of a multiplex event center there.
Through the chair, having only joined the city recently and not been that involved, I actually can't comment on what was originally proposed there, and I'm not sure if anyone else from administration would recall.
Okay, thanks. You did a presentation to council as it related to some of the undeveloped city lands, yards and Taylor Field being of special interest, I think, to council as it relates to city center core. The indoor aquatic facility had been named a couple years ago to be placed on Taylor Field lands, essentially, because it's, I don't know, 18 acres in total. And there was discussion, basically, south of 10th Avenue, what would amount to 10th Avenue if you drew it straight across. The contamination meant that it was probably more ideally suited to park space, I think, is what you had proposed at the time.
Through the chair, yes, we know that north of 10th, there is, sort of no contamination, and so that is available for development. And then south of 10th, there is, different levels of, and different types of environmental impacts there that need to be remediated. And my understanding of remediation is that depending on the use, that impacts the level of remediation that's required. And so there's still some assessment being done on that.
Right. Thank you. It was $1 million an acre to develop park space? That's the number I believe we were given?
Through the chair, I can't say for sure if that's accurate.
Were you in the room with
Sure.
That was the number? Yeah, that's what Councillor Mancinelli remembers as well, right?
Okay.
Parks folks, $1 million an acre? That's what
Through the
Councillor...
chair, I think, through the chair, I mean, I think it can vary significantly if there's play fields, if there's dual use storm pond considerations, so I think it sort of depends on, play structures and whatnot can be a few $100,000, so it's, so I think there's a range.
Yeah. I think not unlike the yards as it relates to the traffic impact assessment, the purpose of partnering, having the city partner with DCG on determining whether or not there was private money to invest in the potential of a downtown ball diamond. It was intended to kind of get it out of the way and settle once and for all whether or not a WCBL level ball diamond could be feasible downtown. Is that getting in the way right now of the work that's being done on the indoor aquatic facility?
Through the chair, it doesn't conflict with the indoor aquatic facility. The indoor aquatic facility's footprint is set, and the assessment of the ball diamond is adjacent to that.
Right. And is the feasibility, serviceability studies done on the residential component north of 10th?
Through the chair, yes, I would say that, we understand and have a plan for municipal services, water and wastewater to the area.
Mr. Schischler, through the chair, do you know the construction period if an indoor aquatic facility is approved, say, next week? What's the construction period again?
Pardon me, through the chair, it's opening by the fourth quarter of 28. I'd have to look it up quickly to validate, but it's 4 years.
4 years
Give
from
or take.
this fall, essentially.
Yeah.
4 years. So having an answer by mid-next year, not unlike the TIA on a multiplex event center being located at the yards, having an answer by mid-next year as to whether or not a downtown ball diamond is even feasible really doesn't interfere with much on Taylor Field, does it?
Through the chair, we're undertaking design options right now that will include a ball diamond and that also don't include a ball diamond. And so I think anytime we're going through planning processes, we can have, multiple options on the same site. And at a high level, you can run those things in parallel.
Okay. I think the intention of the motion, if I speak to what was behind it, was just to ensure that we're not giving up or making plans on civically owned land that could serve perhaps a slightly higher purpose if it's park space or it's activation space or it's a recreational and sport district or what have you, just to have the questions answered. And so I appreciate Councillor Stevens where you're going in terms of highest and best use. But I think answering these questions are pretty imperative as it relates to the Catalyst report, and I don't disagree, because of the seasonal nature of a ball diamond, it was deemed not necessarily a Catalyst project. But I think that the information provided in both the needs assessment as well as the feasibility study clearly identified and articulated that it would be an attraction into downtown. It would be available to minor baseball, no different than it is right now. And you saw that the Red Sox are a 20% essentially user of the site, but there is a lot of other minor and adult baseball that comes. And so just having the answer done, because it has to come back to council anyways, to determine if you're doing the work right now. When the DCG report comes back and there will be or won't be philanthropic money, I think the decision will be before council at that time, but it will be in short order. I believe it'll come in 2025, which falls nicely into the planning of both of these sites. Would I be offside in saying that, Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I would say that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with some further reflection, here is my next question. So I'm looking at the decision history of the motion that you were following with this lease agreement. And so my question is it the case then that if the Red Sox wish to relocate to a new facility at a different location than Taylor Field or the yard site, because of the July 17th motion, that they wouldn't be reimbursed for the lease, the leasehold improvements that that are beneficial to the city? Like, would that, if it's outside of those two locations, it's specifically tied to those locations? Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that is our understanding of the motion.
Yeah. Okay. So the motion, intentionally or not, ties their relocation to those specific locations?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, well, that's helpful for my understanding of I had some other questions, but these ones feel more important, and this actually makes it difficult for me, unfortunately, to support the long-term lease, which I do support, and I appreciate the work that you all have done. I didn't support the July 17th motion, and because it's tying the Red Sox to these particular locations, I don't know, and I guess if I've tried to figure out if there's a workaround. I'm not sure if there is one. And so please correct me if I'm wrong, that if I don't think that it should be tied to those two locations, like, I don't think there's anything else we can do because of that council-approved motion. Is that accurate?
Based on what I heard the city clerk tell us a few minutes ago, that the direction has been clearly given by council that these are the two options should the study proceed and find enough philanthropic support for building a new stadium. I will say one thing, in that having locations specified helps DGC do their work, because when they go out to ask for donations, one of the first questions a potential donor is going to ask is, well, where is this potential stadium going to be located? But to your point, our understanding is that the guidance in the motion, the direction of the motion was very clear, and so this is where we've landed.
Okay. And for the sake of clarity, I think it was the clerk who noted, in order to change the lease, there would have to be a reconsideration of the July 17th motion. In order for there to be a reconsideration of the July 17th motion, just as an example, at this moment, would require unanimous consent. Is that accurate?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, that is accurate. You'd need unanimous consent to proceed to have a reconsideration motion this afternoon.
Well, then unfortunately, I don't think I can support the long-term lease, which is really unfortunate because I do support everything except for the council-directed aspect of it. And that's entirely out of the hands of administration, and I completely understand that. Sorry.
Great. Thank you. I see no other speakers. Ms. Williams, you had given an answer to a question from Councillor Stevens about a potential inconsistency or some risk of an inconsistency. I wonder if you can elaborate and just clarify that position so I understand correctly.
Thank you. Through the chair. I think what I understood the question from Councillor Stevens being was that if there was an inconsistency in the lease, so what we're saying in the lease in that if there was a new facility, it would be built on the Taylorfield lands or in that area and that may go against the OCP or the Catalyst report for that area, and that's been approved by provincial government and federal government. And is there a risk in approving a lease that goes against an approved OCP? And I think that was the question that I was asked, and I said, potentially yes. Now what I will say is that those OCPs or those reports can be changed. They have been amended and modified, and that would be something that could occur. And if that was changed and approved, then there's potential, I think, for the lease to be in compliance with that OCP, but that would have to occur in advance. And I think there's timing issues that would be at play here with respect to that. The lease itself, as I understand it, doesn't actually, other than the termination clause, doesn't identify where a new facility would have to be with respect to only that termination clause and the repayment of depreciation costs. So other parts of that lease don't address location. That part of the lease does. If a new building is there, that's the depreciation cost that would be at issue, which I think is sort of a detriment then to, of course, the Red Sox facility if they can't get those costs back if they do make those improvements. So, I mean, I think there's some risks here in those areas, but I do think that OCP could be amended, and that has happened in the past. Certainly, there is that ability. It's just more of a timing issue on what risks people are willing to take.
Thank you. And I'll ask for clarity. So I heard Councillor Hawkins to say in response to Councillor Stevens' concern that essentially because the vote on any actual ball diamond to be constructed comes back to council per the July 17th motion, essentially there's no inconsistency or potential inconsistency today. Rather, one might come up in the future before we decide to build a ball diamond, and sort of we can cross that bridge when we get there. I guess two questions. One is, do you think I fairly characterized what Councillor Hawkins said on that? And the second is, if so, do you agree with that or do you have thoughts on that?
Again, through the chair, I think the notice of motion that council directed indicated that the location of where this new potential ball diamond would be. So that was quite directive in terms of the notice of motion. So I think we are in a difficult place in that administration's been directed to look at that issue or that location only in the lease. So, sorry. So I think, there is that sort of discrepancy between what the notice of motion says and what's then required of administration to put into a lease agreement and the terms that would have to be placed in that lease agreement. But absolutely, if the ball diamond is going to move, that is going to come before council for a final decision, and council could say, no, not at that location, and then off we go to a different location, and it could be in a different location. But right now, the notice of motion and the direction that we've been given from council as administration is to look at that location for a future ball diamond. I can pass this to Mr. Jedlick in case he has any further comments to make with respect to that, because he may have other comments to make as well to add to that point.
Please.
Through the chair, I guess I'm not totally clear on sort of the issue or concern. Like, I think if the agreement were to say a ball diamond located anywhere, I know the original motion was explicit to these two locations, but anywhere includes those two locations.
I do think, you know, a critical term, at least as I understand it, is that notion that if Curry Field, you know, if a new stadium is built and they move out of Curry Field, that those improvements would be, or they'd be reimbursed for a depreciated value of those improvements. I think that is a critical term, and if we're taking the facility back and it's been improved, I think that's reasonable. You know, so I'm not, I guess I'm not totally following where the concern is.
Sorry, and can I add just as well that the final terms have not actually been completely negotiated, so there are terms of this lease that are still being negotiated, well, all the terms of the lease are currently still being negotiated. So this isn't, there's no final agreement or document at this point. It can be amended. So I think the Red Sox, I can imagine, would be willing to negotiate new terms of a lease if that meant they were going to get paid for those depreciation costs as well. So I mean, I think there's things still up. That's the other, I guess, point I would just wish to make, is that I think there'd be agreement with the Red Sox to amend terms in order for this to move forward, if that needed to happen.
Thank you. I see Councillor Zahidniak wishes to speak again, so I'll cede the floor. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, I believe I've heard sort of different takes now on whether it needs to be so specific that the leasehold improvements would only be reimbursed at Taylor Fields or yards, or if there could be other language where, like anywhere, or if it noted any council-approved location. That's what I heard from Mr. Jedlick, that perhaps it didn't have to be so specific. And I'm hearing from Ms. Williams that obviously the lease isn't finalized, and perhaps some of that could be taken into account. And so now I'm not really sure where we're at. And so, can someone help me out?
So I'll pass it to you, Mr. Jedlick, and I would just say in the context administration, if you would prefer to go in camera, we can certainly do that. Just let me know, but I don't think it's needed right now, so I'll turn it to Mr. Jedlick.
And through the chair, I would just say that, you know, from a legal standpoint, I will defer to the city solicitor on the specifics of these.
Sorry, through the chair. I think the confusion here and the issue that we're running into is that the way the notice of motion has been directed to council and to administration to draft a lease has been specific. What I'm saying is that a terms of lease can be amended, an OCP can be amended, but the direction that's been given to administration is that the location for this potential ball diamond is in these two locations, and that is potentially problematic to people sitting around the circle right now, and that's what I'm hearing. So from a legal perspective, can we amend terms of the lease that's not completed? Yes, we can put different terms in. Can we change an OCP? Yes, those kinds of things can be changed, but the direction that we've been given from council is not to do that right now. The direction we've been given from council is to look at these two locations, and that's what's been the key terms of this lease agreement. So I think you're hearing different things, but I think the struggle is that the direction and what we're hearing you want at this point are different, and that's why we're at sort of a standstill right now.
Thank you. Councillor Zahidniak.
I appreciate the clarification. That's all I have.
Mayor Masters.
Through the chair, to you, isn't it appropriate to call Mr. Simpson back as a delegation?
I was thinking about, I think that makes good sense. I don't know if it's allowed. I think that makes good sense.
Yeah, Mr. Simpson, would you?
Yeah.
You got to do it, sorry.
Pardon me. No, it's temporary.
I apologize.
Yeah. Mr. Simpson, please come up. I'll seek any direction. I suppose in this point, just to respond to questions. And Mayor Masters, I think, has some questions.
Mr. Simpson, you've been sitting here patiently listening to some of the dialogue. We know we can change an OCP, we know we can make these amendments, but I think some of the concern has been around kind of holding the line on saying, we're considering these two sites downtown on city-owned land. That's the intention that was tied to the 25-year lease with a cancellation. Can you speak to, there seems to be some confusion, although Mr. Jedlick, I think, captured it. If it's anywhere, then it also includes these sites. But do you wish to comment?
Sure. So I think there's mistakenly been a connection being made somehow contractually between the long-term lease and the DCG report. And so there's a conceptual connection. There's not a contractual connection. So we're doing a long-term lease, and there's provision in there for a termination of that lease if a stadium is built. That's the long-term lease piece as it relates to a new stadium. Then you have the DCG agreement and the motion, the way Councillor Hawkins read it. So, first of all, is it important to identify locations? Absolutely. We have no interest in going forward with the DCG report, paying $53,000 without location, because I know how that works. Mr. Simpson, how much money do you have to donate to a stadium? I don't know. Where's it going to be? We have no idea. Well, you better come back when you got that figured out. So you're not going to get much information if you don't identify location. But that's not the end of the story. So DCG will go do their work, and they will come back, and they will likely say, we have no money, end of story. We have money for Taylor Field that's X, but we have money for Taylor Field that is Y. Okay, the next council isn't obligated to do anything. There's no connection to the lease. All they have to say is, okay, do we want to go forward and take the donated money and build at Taylor Field and or the rail yards? The decision may be no. End of story. Long-term lease continues. So I want to make it very clear that we shouldn't conflate the long-term lease with the DCG study. If you decide not to go forward today with the DCG study, there's a long-term lease. We'll carry on. If you decide to go forward, and I don't even know if that's that's a decision point, but the DCG report needs to be location specific. DCG will do the report. They'll come back and tell us if they have money, how much for one site versus another, and the next council will be able to evaluate that and say, you know what? It's not a catalyst. Thanks, but no thanks. Or they may say, yeah, we're going to do Taylor Field. And we've got provisions in the long-term lease, in that case, as to how the Red Sox move to the new site. So, again, I think a bit of a mistake to conflate a contractual connection between the long-term lease and a DCG study. You're not obligated to nothing in the DCG study other than to do the study. It will come back to council, the results will come back to council, and council will make a decision. There's nothing in the long-term lease that will obligate council to look and choose one site or the other. It's really, as Mayor Masters indicated, an exercise to find out what's available. And it could be nothing's available. It could be a wonderful plan B if the studies that you want to do at one place versus another doesn't come to fruition. You can pivot and go, oh, by the way, we've got $8 million for a ball stadium. So anyway, that's a long-winded answer to a short question.
Thank you very much for that. It's interesting. Is it confusing to DCG to have basically two city center core sites as the focus? There's some conversation, the libraries hired DCG to look at a downtown library. So is it area, location specific or area?
I think DCG is agnostic on what areas city council and the Red Sox designate. That's not their job to pick location. Their job is to test the market on the locations that they were given. So, if the locations were revised, yeah, but they were going to, in their survey, ask specific donors or sponsors, are you in favor of a baseball stadium? And if you are, how much would you donate to X versus Y? I suppose we could expand on that. I don't know why we would, but we could say X, Y, or anywhere else. I don't expect anywhere else would get much traction. But I think they're agnostic. It's not their job.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see several blinking lights. Does anyone have questions for the delegation? Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead.
Okay. So you were saying that you didn't think that the motion or the work in relation to like exploring fundraising and philanthropic possibilities needed to be conflated with the lease. I agree with that. And so what I'm saying is my concern is having the language in the lease that is related to the motion to explore this philanthropic interest. And I think it's in there because that's what council directed, but because this is a 25-year lease with a 25-year renewal option, who knows what could be possible someday. And so when we have it, I'm actually like in my mind looking out for your interest here and saying there could be other possibilities down the road that are not in the yards or at Taylor Field, and now we're saying we will only consider reimbursing you for upgrades that are helpful to the city if you move to only those locations. So that's my concern.
It's a valid concern. I think that that's probably a miss in the termination clause, and it probably should be expanded. And I'm just thinking of 60,000 feet to say termination with, just let me think. Yeah, termination with depreciated value at either the rail yards or the Taylor Field site or some other location as may mutually be agreed to. So you've covered everything.
Right. And so that's what I had
Easy to
suggested
change.
earlier. And then I was told that that was not possible.
Well, if we're changing, I don't know if, it's certainly possible, and I agree, it does look out for the Red Sox interests to put, a termination, to expand the termination clause to say, if we moved either to, if and when the city builds a new ballpark, again, the rail yards or Taylor Field, for sure, or any other mutually agreed to site, that there will be depreciated value on a reimbursement. Seems pretty benign.
Okay.
So I agree.
If we're only asking you questions, those are my questions for you. So I'm glad we agree. Thank you.
So am I.
Councillor Nelson, is your question for the delegation?
It is, Councillor LeBlanc, thank
Yeah,
you.
please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Zahidniak. Those are actually exactly where I was going with this, because I remember when this passed before, I was like, well, what happens if there's a better spot out there and it's not this spot and it's not this spot? Not saying that those two spots are not highly wanted. Say if the Red Sox said those are the two spots, but what happens in a year that there's something better that they want and they don't want to allocate to there. So that's what I was worried about, is committing them to tying them to those two places. But then in discussion, it was just the place is the place. We can't change the motion. This has to go forward this way. So I wanted the Red Sox ball diamond to go forward. And I was under the assumption last time that they'll only go forward if it's in those two spots. Now we hear from Mr. Simpson.
Sorry, Councillor Nelson. The question?
Yeah, sorry. So now we hear from Mr. Simpson that, maybe we should put it as any spot that mutually agreed upon. So, Mr. Is that something that you want us to add? I don't know what's best. I'm just trying to make sure this goes forward and that we don't end up in some kind of problems at the next council. So for you and the Red Sox to be committed to this investment and committed to being in our city, what do you need from us in this motion? Do you need us to change it to include all locations, or would you like us to leave it the way that it is through the chair? Sorry that took so long.
So
You got there, please.
I don't think you need to change the motion at all. The motion is fine, well thought out, well written, and it allows DCG to do their work the way you initially instructed them to, which is to measure the philanthropic and sponsorship dollars available for Taylor Field and/or the rail yards. That will come back, and the next council can decide in their absolute and sole discretion whether they want to take advantage of that sponsorship money and do something at one of those two locations. In terms of the lease, back to Councillor Zakidniak's suggestion, I think it's worthwhile changing the termination clause in the lease to say, look, there will be a depreciated value available straight line for the rail yards or Taylor Field or some other location in the event another location is chosen by council. Because council may indeed, the new council may indeed look at the philanthropic dollars available from DCG for one location or the other, say we don't like either, we're going to do such and such location, and we've already got that eventuality covered off in the long-term lease if that's the case. So I don't think there's any need to change anything. I think you've got it right, other than the expansion of the termination clause.
Okay, and that's the thing. I've been dealing with this for 4 years. We just want to get it right because it seems like it's fine to an end. But another question, so with the DCG investment, so we heard from the library yesterday, they don't want a location because then that limits it. Now you're saying that, and I look at it too as an investor, if I'm going to invest in something, I want to know that it's invested in a piece of property that I want it to be invested in. So I don't want to go be investing money into a piece of property that I don't want. So that was my concern with the library last night, that you want to know this location. So can you explain to me in your dealings with DCG, since I'm hearing two absolutely conflicting things from two different people that are looking for money philanthropically, how important was this to DCG to have that investment location to go out to market to see about getting people through the chair?
So the assets are quite differently, and how the market looks at those assets it's substantially different. And what I mean by that is, so when you've got sport assets, and just let me back up, DCG is going to ask interest in not only philanthropic, charity, donation, tax receipt, but sponsorship. So you're not looking for the SaskTel library, per se, where you're looking for $400,000 a year. So location is really not that important in terms of that philanthropic and sponsorship initiative. For sports stadiums, it's quite different. I think you want to be kind of understanding what location you're going to have so that a sponsor can sort of develop whether or not they would like to indeed have SaskTel Center at Dudney Avenue or SaskTel Center at Taylor Field. But to say to them, would you want a sponsor? Well, they're going to say, well, yeah, but if you're putting it out at Pacer Park, I'm not interested. So the assets are treated differently when you're fundraising in terms of the sponsorship piece. That's why ours would be site-specific versus DCG and the library being non-specific. Unless, of course, the city decides they want to put, the Brant Center Library.
Thank you for that explanation. I actually didn't put those two together, but you're absolutely right. Thank you very much for that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question for the delegation? No, thank you. I'll ask you to return to the gallery for the second and final time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Councillor Hawkins, the floor is yours.
Thank you. There was a reason why the two sites were mentioned in the directing motion. It was clear that DCG could not do the kind of philanthropic and sponsorship study that it needed to do without those two sites being mentioned. The way it works is DCG comes to Jane Doe. Do you want to donate to a new baseball diamond? Yes, I do. Is that a full answer, or are there limitations? Jane Doe says, well, I will donate to a new baseball diamond. I'll donate $1,000 to the project. But if it is located on the yards or the Taylor Field lands, I've got 40 million bucks, and I want my name on the stadium. That's what DCG was sent out to do. And they recommended that. They said, when we go out and ask for philanthropic capacity or sponsorship capacity, we need to do so with a certain degree of precision if our answer is to mean anything. That's why the clause is there. It's there to get us better information, the kind of information we needed to create the possibility of a new baseball stadium. Because it was always understood that without very substantial philanthropic and sponsorship contributions, and without very substantial contribution from the Red Sox organization and the Living Sky organization, there wasn't going to be a new baseball stadium. What was unique about this project was, first of all, it wasn't the most expensive project on the list, and secondly, it was a project that we think could be largely financed if it was located in the yards or Taylor Field by philanthropic contributions. That's why it's there. It's to test what is possible. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Zahidniak.
Well, I have an amendment now. And so, I'm sorry I don't have it prepared because it came up during this conversation. So I will, can I just verbally? Okay. So that the termination clause be expanded from Taylor Field and the yards to also include potential reimbursement for leasehold improvements at any mutually agreed to site. And as Janice is working on that, I want to say I understand, I'm not even, whether or not I agreed with the motion previously or not, I understand the rationale to have it specific to sites. I do want to treat the lease, this potential lease, and that motion as two separate things. That's why I want to expand beyond the initial focus on the yards and Taylor Field, because this is a 25-year lease with a 25-year renewal option. Who knows what will happen within the period of the next 50 years. I'm not disputing right now the rationale behind the motion specific to right now and exploring philanthropic options. I'm saying that our lease should go beyond the term of this initial study and be something that will be relevant for the up to the next 50 years. Who knows what mutually agreed to locations may exist in the next 50 years. I want to treat the two, I want this lease agreement to be able to stand on its own for the next 50 years. That is the rationale behind me making this amendment.
Thank you. I'm just going to wait a minute so that everyone can see it in writing. Yeah, no problem at all. And then I'll ask the clerk to speak to it once we've all seen it.
Do you need me to repeat?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that the termination clause be expanded from Taylor Fields and Yards to also include potential reimbursement for leasehold improvements at any mutually agreed to site. And I guess, so that's what I came up with. I got a nod from Mr. Simpson just in terms of something that would work for them. I guess I'll maybe ask the solicitor if there's concern with the language in what I've proposed when I'm looking to make sure that it's more expansive.
Pardon me, I'm going to ask the city clerk to speak to it first. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would continue to suggest respectfully that that is not an amendment that is in order. I'm explicitly referring to the minutes from July 17th that direct administration to enter into a long-term lease agreement between the City of Regina and the Regina Red Sox for Curry Field that shall acknowledge that a future relocation by the Red Sox to a potential new facility at the Taylor Field or yard site shall include a provision that the capital costs, et cetera, and then it says to provide this reimbursement in the event that the new facility is constructed, and furthermore, that the said long-term lease may be terminated without cost or penalty to the Regina Red Sox. The said long-term lease is explicitly tied to the two locations, Taylor Field or Yards, so I don't believe you can amend this without a reconsideration motion.
So I'm going to hop in and say I agree with the clerk's position in that respect. And so my ruling as the chair is this proposed amendment is not in order. And Councillor Zahidniak, that creates an option for you to challenge that. But that's my ruling. Oh.
I wonder if I might add something.
If it's...
all around.
Sorry.
The clerk is right, and Mr. Simpson is perfectly at liberty to negotiate the terms that are up on the board when he discusses with the city prior to the next meeting. There's nothing stopping.
Sorry, Councillor Hawkins. Respectfully, that is beyond the procedural element. So my ruling is to adopt the clerk's interpretation. The proposed amendment is procedurally out of order in that it would require a reconsideration motion. Councillor Zahidniak, in my mind, can either challenge that ruling, can go to vote, or continue with the question. Please.
What I would like to do is hear from the city solicitor, if that's fine. Like, we've heard from the clerk that he believes procedurally, and so can I hear from the city solicitor in terms of, and I don't know, like, if it, I don't know if the city solicitor's interpretation is, like, if the two are different, what does that mean? But I would like to hear that perspective.
Thank you. I understand the request. My position, I suppose it's going to be a ruling, is I don't know what the city solicitor might say. I am not interested in setting up a legal argument between these two people in public. And so my suggestion would be that we respectfully not hear from the city solicitor. And if we are going to do so, I'd request a vote of a majority to go in private. I don't think it's in anyone's interest to have a legal fight between these positions. So I suppose, Councillor Zahidniak, do you want to move a motion that we move in camera to hear that position? Otherwise, I'm going to rule that that's out of order. I agree with the clerk. You can challenge that, and if it wins, then the amendment will be deemed in order.
I thought I was going to sit quietly during this meeting and not have much to offer, so I won't bother thinking that again. To make a hard decision. So my decision is go in private, challenge your ruling, or forget about this and continue on with my questions. Is that accurate?
That's
Those are my
accurate.
3 options in front of me.
Those are your 3 options.
Yep, great. I guess let's go in private, but we need a vote on that. Is that accurate? Okay.
That's right. I would ask, is anybody opposed to going in private to hearing the city solicitor's view on the city clerk's view?
Okay. All right, then I guess I'll go through my options. Then I suppose I'll challenge your ruling, Chair.
Thank you. So, as I understand it, and this question I'll ask the clerks to put, is that the challenge is the ruling, pardon me, there's a challenge to the ruling that the proposed amendment is procedurally out of order in that it would require a reconsideration motion. And if you... And just to be clear, if you support the chair's ruling that this is out of order, vote yes. And if you support Councillor Zahidniak, vote no. Yes for LeBlanc, no for Zahidniak.
Can I? It's Councillor Nelson.
Please, is it a point of order, Councillor Nelson?
I guess it would be a point, I'm just a point of clarification. Councillor Skinny asked to go in private and we lost, or that got lost, that we can't go in private?
That's correct. Sorry, that is correct. It did lose to go in private.
Okay, sorry, I just didn't see it wasn't there, so thank you. Thank
No,
you for that.
appreciate it. Yes, please call the vote. So yes in favor of the chair's ruling, no in favor of the challenge to the chair's ruling.
Yes, please call the vote. That's funny.
Deputy Mayor, the chair's ruling that the amendment is out of order has carried in a vote of 8 in favor, 2 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Stevens, Mole, Mayor Masters, and yourself, Councillor LeBlanc. Voting against were Councillors Zakidniak and Nelson, and Councillor Findura has temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead.
All right. Well, I really feel like this is important. That's why I wanted to press for it. And, you know, I already stated that without this expansion in the terminology of the lease agreement, it would be difficult for me to support it. So I felt that I wanted to try to get it in there, which I did and failed. So I guess we're back to me, unfortunately, not being able to support it, which is what I said one of the last times I spoke. So I won't turn my mic on again because I don't think anything's going to change. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few more questions. So there's an indication in the report that the $1 per year lease is below market rate. Do we know what the market rate for this would be?
Through the chair, that would be, no, we did not do a study to find out what the market rate for a municipally owned ball diamond would be in that particular condition.
Thank you. There's language, I apologize, I can't point to this specific, but essentially, because the Red Sox will be the primary lessee, they will pay property tax on it, but to offset that, we will give some portion of grant for the municipal portion of the property tax. My question is that offset money, if I can call it that, included within the annual operating lease, annual operating grant, or is that in addition to the annual operating grant?
Through the chair, the grant that was requested was $110,000 plus the an additional amount equivalent to the municipal portion of the property taxes levied on the property in that year. So it's in addition.
Thank you. Finally, and I'm just seeking clarity on an issue that's been raised several times, is I've heard it suggested that the motion passed in July and this motion, if it passes, in some ways ties up what we can do with the Taylor Field site, sort of in the interim. I have two questions. One is it so that it ties up what we can do with that Taylor Field site? And if so, do we have an estimate of how long that tie-up is likely to last for, assuming this passes? Mr. Jedler.
Through the chair, I would say it's a
slight delay until the results of the philanthropic report come back to council and council makes a decision. You know, and ultimately guides whether or not a stadium is to be built there. But I think based on what I've heard from the delegation is that report is sort of doesn't take a long time to complete, and that decision would be back in front of council relatively quickly. So, I mean, to my prior comment, when I look at sites for development, I tend to run a few options at the same time, knowing that option A might not work, and option B might not work, and option C might not work, and so I never get into, I would not view it as good planning to get into a situation where you put all your eggs into one plan and then find out that fails and then start on a second plan after that. And so that's the process, you know, that we're working through.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, would you like to close debate?
Thank you. No, I think we've hashed this out. I would say, though, that I think this is good for the city. I think this is a good news story. We've got private that's coming forward to obviously invested interest in a civic asset, which I think is really, really good, and we're going to see this lease actually help grow that the Red Sox and partner with the Red Sox, so I think that's really good. So, and I would agree that this is, the lease can be worked out with administration, and I think as we move forward, I think we understand intent. So I think this is a really good news story today, so thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote, please.
Deputy Mayor, the motion has been carried in a vote of 7 in favor, 3 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Nelson, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Mole, Mayor Masters, and yourself, Councillor LeBlanc. Voting against were Councillors Zakidniak, Stadnichuk, and Stevens.
Pardon me. We'll now consider item EX 2494, Renewed Canada Community Building Fund Agreement. Can I have City Manager Nikki Anderson please introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. Administration is here today seeking approval to enter into a funding agreement under the Canada Community Building Fund, which I'll be calling CCBF, program in which we estimate the city to receive approximately $145 million over the next 10 years. The CCBF provides upfront, predictable, long-term funding to help municipalities address local infrastructure priorities. Over the last 10 years, the city received $154 million and has invested that funding towards our roads, bridges, transit fleet, and recreational infrastructure. One big change in the funding agreement is that this is the first time the federal government has made access to federal funding contingent on municipalities taking specified actions to increase housing supply and affordability. Administration is working to review the impacts of this funding to existing projects and which projects will be prioritized due to the new requirement when it comes to which projects can be funded with the CCBF funding. Administration has reviewed the agreement. We are here today to ask for approval to enter into the agreement. Please note, we're not here to ask for what projects we're funding with the CCBF, as the details of those projects that will be funded by the program will be brought forward as part of the 2025-2026 budget process, whereby council will approve our funding allocation and is not required by the province or federal government until Q1 of 2025. Our first step is simply to obtain approval from council so we can return a signed agreement by the November 1st deadline. Thank you. And Ms. Bam is here to answer probably most, if not all, of the questions.
Thank you. Can I have someone move this report? Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Sure. I think we touched on this earlier when we were chatting about the IAF. Have they given you any sense, I appreciate it has housing supports or things that support housing expansion. Have they given you a sense of what that encompasses besides water and wastewater?
I might ask Ms. Pham, please.
Through the chair, so I think one of the big pieces of our decision-making is that we are required to complete a housing needs assessment, which through the Housing Accelerator Fund, that work is underway and that'll be brought forward to council in regards to what is the housing need within Regina. From within there, if there's any identification around some of the infrastructure gaps, we would be required to prioritize that and to kind of what is the eligible projects that we can fund besides, roads, water, and whatnot. They talk about, brownfield redevelopment, transit, energy systems, recreational cultural infrastructure, fire halls. Those are other things that are eligible costs within the program.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stadnichuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. So the deadline to sign the agreement is November 1st. And I guess my question is just because we're in the election period, does that impact the ability for the province to sign, or it's just administrative kind of arrangement?
Through the chair, no, it does not impact. They've already acknowledged they obviously have their own RIP period, but it does not impact their ability to be able to finalize the agreement before their year end.
Okay. In terms of the housing needs assessment, is that, because I understood that there is, one of the universities in British Columbia actually has a area that does these kinds of things. Is this something that the city does internally, or do you need external support through the chair?
Through the chair, we need external support. As you referenced, there was the university in BC, so they're in partnership with CMHC in doing, because with everyone receiving the Housing Accelerator funding, so we've actually been in talks with them. And I would say too, it perfectly aligned because of all the work being done around the SAF fees. We just actually leverage that because we do need to understand the housing requirements moving forward.
Okay, and I think might be my last question, just in terms of the, because you mentioned the Housing Accelerator Fund as well, is the hope that like you can, I'm not sure if it's the stacking or if it's the complementary, like whatever we use this money for would be complementary to some of our goals and the HAF as well?
Through the chair, yes, that would be the idea, is obviously looking at all the projects we have and how do we strategically leverage all the different funding sources that we have.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, would you like to close debate? Oh, thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you. Can I have someone move a motion for private session? Councillor Zahidniak, I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll take a 10-minute recess just to help clerks turn over. Thank you.